Hello everyone, and welcome back to Dragon Age Inquisition with Chaos Counseling. Let's see. Last time, we advanced the story enough that we can now recruit all but 2 of the characters. Like, last thing we did was grab Blackwall here. We've been tentatively invited to meet the Templars or the... well, not the Templars, but we've been invited to meet the mages, but we're going to be putting that off. As of right now, we are just going to focus on doing as many quests in the Hinterlands as possible. Partially, well, no partially, just because, well, I've never 100% completed this game because it's more of a commitment that I'm willing to put in. I do actually want to do as much as I can, because experience, and, you know, that's good enough reason, is just experience, right. I need to actually... the way to get there is from, not the camp, it's from down here. Yes, I have played this game a lot, but at the same time, it's been long enough that I don't remember exactly how the Hinterlands are completely set up, you know? Because it's the first open area you explore in this game, so if you play this game at all and then get sick of it, this is the area you're going to spend most of your time in. Because I've had that happen where I've started another playthrough, get a little ways in, and then be like, you know what, I need a break. Because, like, every time I have played a warrior in the past is in, oh, hey.
Watch yourself. Bandits up ahead. Or something anyway. They're blocking the road.
You don't think they're bandits?
Bandits wait until people are vulnerable, then hit them fast so nobody escapes. These bastards show themselves too early. They care more about driving people away than taking loot.
Hey,
They're
Venus
either
Tiger.
stupid, or they're more than just bandits.
I changed the
They're too
words
well armed
going
for
into the
stupid.
other words. That's impressive. Anyway,
Thanks for the warning.
let's see, by the way, how do you pronounce I pronounce it ibuprofen. But yeah, sorry, just to finish that thought before I started that conversation. Every time I start a playthrough as a warrior, it's usually because I've just finished another playthrough or whatever, and I'm still in the mood for playing Inquisition, so I'm like, okay, this will be the playthrough I actually play as a warrior, only for me to be like, you know what? This game is one of those long ones that are just grindy enough that I do need to put a big enough gap in between playthroughs, otherwise I will burn out even, before I get too far into the game. It's the same with Mass Effect Andromeda. Well, actually, just Mass Effect in general. Andromeda is the biggest one because it's got the most open areas to explore. What? Ibuprofen? I changed my pronoun. Purpose actually mean going. You fell from a master plan. Oh dear. Well, I'm not exactly the brightest kettle in the knife box, so
if we can find the artifacts they use, it may help strengthen this area
Oh,
against tears.
hello.
And Iran Atishan. I did not expect to see another Dalish blood here. My name is Miris. By your weapons, I see you come ready for battle. Perhaps we face a common enemy in these demons.
Are you fighting the demons on your own?
Fighting the demons is pointless. There will always be more, and I have no means of closing the rifts.
Oh,
But
fair
I have
point.
heard of elven artifacts that measure the veil. They may tell us where new rifts will appear.
Serious?
I
Huh.
was not expecting so many demons, however.
I wasn't expecting Josephine to
believe
be
one of the
back
artifacts is
already.
nearby.
Sorry, like right before the
Can you
stream
help me with
officially
it?
started, I dispatched
worth
the
investigating.
war table again,
Thank
just
you.
to start
It
working on
shouldn't be too
those.
much farther ahead.
Because I've been so busy this week, I haven't actually popped
I do
on
not think I could have done
in
this
between
alone.
streams for the...
What took you away from your clan?
They were all killed. by a demon that our keeper was foolish enough to summon. I
Ah,
am the only survivor of Clan Vernon. I was searching for another clan that would take me in when the breach appeared.
that's fair.
Now, I'm doing whatever I can to help with this madness.
My name is Madness. So,
We'll need
this is
focused
something
magical energy to get by.
that I really appreciate that this game did. So, I've mentioned, you know, in my last 2 streams of Dragon Age game, well, not so much in the Edgelord stream because I was in character, but I brought it up in my personal stream of Dragon Age 2. It's always kind of annoyed me that the rogue was the only class that had like a in-world feature or thing that it could do with the lockpicking. But this game, there is something that every class can do to interact with the world. Like, the mages will have bits where they need to pick up,
I have heard of this, but never seen it before. It is called Veilfire. It is a form of sympathetic
that, you know,
magic,
that you can move
a memory of flame that burns in this
terrain
world
around
with the veils.
magically. There's the whole... Excuse me. There's the making Veilfire. Fighter warriors have doors they can kick in. I think that's it. So again, sadly, being a warrior is still the
I believe I sense one of the artifacts of my people.
least interesting classes you can do in terms of like
There.
interactability, but still, the fact that there's anything is, it's nice.
Yes, the wards are helping to strengthen the veil. This area should be safer for travelers now.
Well, that should prove useful. And it seems the ancestors left something for me as well. Interesting. I believe our alliance is concluded. Go in peace, stranger.
Mahalani, Maglandeval, Li Enasalim.
Aye. Perhaps you're right. Here, take it. Go with Mithal's blessing.
Yeah, that's another reason you do want... Well, then again, I guess this was a soulless quest, so I guess he has to come no matter what. But, still... It's just kind of another reason why, for the most part, you do want to stick with the original 3 companions, at least at first, while exploring the Hinterlands. Like I said, I'm like 99.9% sure I've done everything that Cassandra's needed for, which is why I feel okay swapping her out for Blackwall. Again, not that... I don't know. It's... I am on the fence about whether or not... I mean, Blackwall's a romance I prefer doing, at least. But dang, I like Cassandra as a character. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't even know if I'm going to have Cassandra or Blackwall in my party permanently anyway. Because I am debating on swapping them out either for Dorian or Cole at this point. But yeah, we'll see what I end up actually doing. Yeah, just the one thing I will not do is use Vivian. Like, I could be persuaded to use Sarah in some circumstances, because Sarah can be pretty likable with certain characters you can roleplay, or if you look at her in a certain way, but I'm sorry, there is no light that makes that I can look at Vivian and actually say, I like this character. Like, Vivian is just the worst. Get over here! You know, between the trailers for Mortal Kombat 2 finally dropping, and I mean the movie specifically, as well as the fact that I think it's my understanding the updates for Mortal Kombat 1, the game, are going to stop. I've been kind of in a Mortal Kombat mood, at least in the brain and referencing it, you know. That being said, I mean, again, I know I've got my schedule or whatever, but even then, I am thinking about possibly going against my schedule once I'm done with this game, just to play Digimon Story Time Strangers, which came out yesterday at the time of this stream, and yeah, it's so far I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I haven't gotten past the point that the tutorial can get to, and yeah, I did start a fresh file, mostly so I could actually what's the word I'm looking for, do a little more grinding in that first area to make sure I got more of the Digimon available there. It's like, I knew they'd probably be available later, but now that I wasn't constricted with, like, needing to finish the demo in less than 2 hours, I'm like, I want to do more. You know. Anyway, let us, especially since now that we've got the camp established, let's travel back to Haven just so I can redispatch Josephine. Because I know that not every war table thing is necessary, but they are nice. So, So, I went to, you know, my local convenience store last night, after a party Abby and I went to buy some more Mountain Dew, or just some caffeinated drinks for me to use during my streams. And the, normal bottles that the normal bottles I buy weren't on sale, but the larger bottles were, so I thought, okay, I'll buy the larger ones today, the 1 liter bottles, because why not? Let's take advantage of the deal that's available, but they don't have the flavor I like as much in the 1 liter size. Because, like, the Mountain Dew I drink is Live Wire, which is the orange flavor, which now, at least locally, isn't even made in cans anymore. It's just made in the bottles, which bums me out. But, again, they don't have that flavor in the 1 liter bottles, and I'm not the biggest fan. The flavors they had were, like, Red Alert, Regular, and Voltage. And I'm not the biggest fan of any of those, so I grabbed Baja Blast because Jessie and her husband were fond of Baja Blast back when we used to hang out with them every week. So I'm like, oh, I remember kind of liking this flavor, and no, I don't like it as well as I thought I did, so my mouth is a little sad right now. Yeah, I realized how that could sound, but I'm not backing down from that particular choice of phrasing because I am terrible at making life decisions. Yeah, here, poor me. First world problems, right? Complaining about, you know, the flavor of, you know, the flavor of the 1 liter bottle of soda I get to drink while streaming a video game I love. Yeah, poor Luke over here. Okay.
Nothing to report.
I know I really shouldn't because I know it's down this way, but I kind of want to see if maybe I actually can do this early in the game. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, you'll see. Just trust me. You'll probably see pretty immediately. There it is. is.
Up she goes.
Right. One kind of gripe I have with this game is the party shares the limited potions that we have, which I don't really care for. Okay, you know what? I think it's already, yep, it's already super clear that yes, we are supposed to hold off until we're a higher level, so I choose life. Oh, hi, little Nug. Guys, stop fighting the dragons and run. Yes, I know I'm the one who charged headfirst in there. I know what I did. I can accept the responsibility of my actions, even if I'm going to still chastise you for sticking around and not fleeing. Just because I can accept the responsibility for my actions doesn't mean I'm good at taking accountability for them. See, I'm still concerned about tackling this particular rift because I know for a fact that's the one that has the, what's it called? The despair demons, the ones that like shoot ice or whatever, and those ones are usually the ones that give me early game overs. Like, they shoot ice and they have barriers. Like, they're the reason why I thought it was so crucial to make sure that Solus knew Dispel. Again, I think they're Despair Demons. I freely admit I could be misremembering which demons have which moniker in this game in particular. Since this is officially the game that, like, the Desire Demons do not come back in this game. Pride Demons and Rage Demons do, but as well as, there are, just the regular shades, but, I don't think there's Sloth Demons in this. Again, I do think they add a lot more other things, like, Despair Demons, I'm pretty sure debut in this game. But yeah, this is officially where, at least in my opinion, the demons do get mixed up a little bit. Emphasis on a little bit, because, again, the Pride Demons and the Rage Demons are still present and accounted for with the same design they've always had, but yeah, the Despair Demons are gone, which I don't know, I have mixed feelings about, because on the one hand, desire can mean way more than just sex and lust, you know, because that's the thing that the Desire Demons were effectively. They were lust demons because they were basically nude women. But as, you know, Darksiders 3 very eloquently demonstrated, desire can be, oh dear, please tell me the game isn't frozen, can mean a lot of things to different, you know, a number of different things to a number of different people. I just feel removing them all together, like I said, I appreciate the more nuanced approach. Oh, crap, it froze, didn't it? Whoops. That is one downside with this game. Out of the 4 Dragon Age games, it is the one that, in my experience, is the most prone to crashing. Like, again, I feel Dragon Age 2 was the one that I've seen some of the most graphical glitches with. But this is the one that I've actually seen, like, crash on a few occasions, you know? Alright, let's see how much progress did I lose? I'm pretty sure it, like Skyrim, it auto-saves every time you fast travel. I think. I pray to God. But we'll see. Oh dear. We That's funny. We load in and it's like, yeah, we're surrounded by the remains I still haven't looted yet, but also the enemies respawn, so I now have to kill them again. Calling bullshit on how much you're blocking, buddy. I really feel at this point I should have knocked you to the ground. Because it's like, yeah, the shield is, you know, definitely would protect you, but it doesn't completely arrest the momentum of this giant-ass hammer. Oh, sorry, jumping back a little bit. Speaking of Digimon Time Stranger, I was actually interested to see, you know, that there were a Digimon Time Stranger. I think is the first time in history that a Digimon game has gotten a higher rating than its contemporary Pokemon competition. Now, I don't necessarily know if that's accurate or not, or if, like, Digimon fans are just so happy that we've got Digimon content again. I mean, God only knows. That's kind of how I felt in many ways. Or if people are just angry at Nintendo, so they're doing anti-review bombing of perceived, like, rival games or games that are in competition with Nintendo properties. I don't know, but it is still kind of interesting nonetheless, and it's something I am kind of happy about, since despite the fact that I would argue very strongly Digimon and Pokemon are actually pretty different. Like, they're not that similar, at least not as much as people would have you believe. Outside of just the name, a similar naming convention, which is like, Mon means monster in, I don't remember which language, but it's like Pokemon is pocket monster and Digimon is digital monster. It's just, they just happen to use the same word as part of their name. That would be like saying, oh, ginger beer is just a cheap ripoff of root beer because they're both non-alcoholic drinks that just happen to feature the word beer in their name, you know? Yeah, that's a pretty odd comparison. That's just the first one that came to. I'm drinking a caffeinated beverage, and Abby's favorite drink is Bark's root beer, which is a caffeinated root beer, so that's why root beer's on the brain. Was the timing of them a little coincident, you know, a little convenient? I'm like, sure. But I think it's important to bear in mind, for those who don't know, Digimon was more trying to capitalize on the Tamagotchi craze, not Pokemon. Because, like, something I have been aware for years that the original Digimon anime, you know, what got me into Digimon, was only created to promote a toy line. Now, again, I've known that for a few years now, because over 10 plus years ago at this point. The YouTuber formerly known as Jesu Otaku, I don't know. They retired sometime back in 2015 from YouTube, and hell, they have since come out as, you know, trans. They were born she, but to my understanding, I believe they are now a he him. Again, if they're they them, I do apologize. That's not too important, but I just wanted to acknowledge their transition, just because. And that's also why I said artist formerly known as Jesu Otaku, because I wanted to make it very clear. I know that they've transitioned. It just, since I don't know their you know, current name. Anyway, I'm talking in circles. They were doing kind of a history of Digimon project, which was one of like the last things they were working on before they retired from YouTube.
Even as
I remember this because they were in the middle of covering Digimon Tamers, and sadly they burned themselves out, combined with the fact that they actually, like in their farewell video, they kind of broke down that with Blip getting shut down. Blip was the big thing, was the big platform that allowed creators like the Nostalgia Critic and the Angry Video Game Nerd to be able to make whatever content they wanted and still get paid. But after Blip went away, they had to start relying on things like Patreon, which, unless you're a big content creator, that's not something that you can reliably depend on, you know. Anyway, that's beside the point. But they talked about, but yeah, they shared the fact that Digimon was based on a toy line, and the anime only existed to promote said toys. But the creators of the anime put so much heart and passion into it, because, like, I believe the anime was originally only supposed to be 12 episodes long. And it was all building up to the battle and the defeat of Devimon. That's why if you watch the show, you can kind of pick up on the fact that Devimon is supposed to be the big bad, and there's kind of a sense of finality to Devimon's defeat. But the anime did so incredibly well with its audience, it got greenlit for more. But that's also part of the reason why the first season of Digimon does feel a hair disconnected. Because it's like, yeah, the first 12 episodes are dealing with Devimon. Then after that, they introduce the character of Edamon, who becomes the main villain for a bit. Yeah. Edamon, in my opinion, is probably my least favorite arc of the show, mostly because I just do not like Edamon as an antagonist. Then there's Myotismon, which is probably the best arc of the show. And then finally, the show ends with the Dark Master. Well, there's the Dark Masters, and then it ends with Apocalypse coming right the fuck out of nowhere in like the last couple episodes. And yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Apocalypse, to say the very least. But yeah, it was never planned to be anything more than it was, and when it did become that, it just kind of kept going by the seat of its pants, and honestly, I thought it did pretty well. However, and I mean, it definitely was more put together than Digimon Adventure 2. I'm not trying to knock Digimon Adventure 2 too much, because it was fine for what it was, but I got thoughts on it. One of the thoughts, and again, this was something that was brought up by the artist formerly known as Jesu Otaku, is that the main character of Adventure 2 should have been TK. Because, A, he's a returning face from the last show, so that's something that, you know, the fans of Season 1, or Series 1, can get attached to. And 2, whenever they did focus on TK, he always had some of the best episodes. Like, especially the episode where the Digimon Emperor comes across Devimon and TK has, like, a whole existential crisis because, well, in the climax of the Devimon arc in Series 1, it ends with Patamon actually dying. Like, Patamon sacrifices... And Patamon's TK's partner, if you're not familiar. Because Patamon becomes Angemon. So, basically, it took the angel to take down the devil. And, yeah, Patamon ends up dying. But because of how the way Digimon work is Patamon, like, he doesn't stay dead. He instead reincarnates back to his baby into an egg. And then hatches again later, but... It's actually considered a really big deal. Like, I remember even watching this as a kid, because I missed the episode where Patamon died, or Angemon died initially, so I was a little confused why Patamon was back to a Tokomon. But yeah, it was a big deal, when Tokomon did finally digivolve back to Patamon. But yeah, just... Point is, TK had some of the best arcs in the season, but instead they chose to focus on Davis, or whatever his Japanese name is. I'm not super familiar with what the Digimon... I'm not as familiar with what the Japanese names were for, the kids in Digimon, because I don't know. The downside is well, yes, the names, some of the names in English are a little more generic than what you would get in Japan, at least to me. I mean, again, I'm a stupid American who only speaks English, so any foreign names sound cool and exotic. The trade-off is that, for the most part, I do kind of forget what their names actually are because I struggle to pronounce them, you know? Like, specifically talking about the Season 1 characters, the only Japanese names of theirs I know are... Tai is Taichi in Japanese, so I'm like, oh... They literally just took his Japanese name and abbreviated it to something that sounds a little more American. I'm like, okay, I think that's smart. I can get behind that. And then I remember that Matt's original name was Yamato. And I remember that mostly just because that's a name that I've heard in other media. Because, like, for example, in Naruto, there's Captain Yamato. I don't remember the very first place I heard it, but in, what's it called? Phantasy Star Online Episodes 1 and 2, the GameCube game that I streamed for Edgelord last year? I don't know if it was... I can't remember if it was last year or early this year. One of my favorite weapons I was able to get as a kid was a double sword called Yamato. So just because of that, it's always stuck in my brain. I know, it's kind of a weird thing to be like, that's how I know what Yamato is, but hey, I'd say no one's experience is invalid or whatever. So yeah, one thing that I'm not the biggest fan of with this game, and I think I'm starting to remember why I often would forget I often don't play Warriors as much, is the simple fact that they have no ranged capabilities in this game, or in most of the games, meaning that if the enemies are off in the distance, tough shit. Like, again, the chain, the get over here or whatever, you know, it's fine for what it is. But the problem simply boils down to the fact that how do I put this? It's fickle about what can actually be pulled to you. Like, some things make sense because of their size, but other things, it's like, okay, I can pull a fully armored Templar towards me, but I can't pull one of those goats towards me. So, or one of these rams towards me. So, as I'm doing right now, I'm like, if I'm going to complete this ram hunting quest, I got to do it as Varric or Solus or just anyone with a bow. Because, like, yeah, when I play Rogue in this game, I'm usually playing a dual dagger-wielding Rogue. So, sure, they also have little to no range capabilities. The trade-off is the chain ability for the Rogues is a little more useful. And here's what I mean. So, again, both the Rogue and the Fighter have chain-related abilities. The Fighters pulls people to them. The Rogues, on the other hand, it's supposed to pull the Rogue to the person. Meaning that it doesn't matter how big they are, if you can hit them, it'll pull you to them. Now, that's obviously not great if you're an archer, but if you're playing like a two-knifed Rogue, it's great. Sorry, just taking a quick sip, and then we will fight the ghosts. The ghosts. You can tell this is very much meant to be an early game rift to close because nothing came out of there but shades. So, one thing I do find kind of interesting is spoilers, I guess. Let's see, increase ability. After we manage to successfully close the rift or whatnot, they do there is kind of a scar left on the sky where the rift was. I'm surprised there aren't little scars like that for all these little veil tears, you know.
Stole the ring from his finger. They deserve to die.
Agreed.
You're saying the Templars attacked your husband?
Aye. He was digging out a stump. The fools couldn't tell a shovel from a mage's staff. Had to be safe, they said. Rebels everywhere attacking by surprise, sick bastards.
For real.
They took the ring I gave him on our wedding day in case it was magic.
Oh, brother.
Farewell.
Let's see. Well, yeah, I've got the meat, but I don't have a way to like quickly fast travel back to where I'm at. So let's keep moving forward until we hit that next campsite. Then we can go turn in the ram's meat.
seen another Inquisition scout? Elven woman, answers to writs.
Wait, where are you? Oh, there you are.
You said your friend hasn't reported back.
Well, she was supposed to be checking on some apostates. I'm on duty here, or I'd go look for her.
I'll talk to you later.
This would make a good place to camp.
You don't say.
Nothing to report.
Right, over this way.
You're certain?
Of course.
Welcome back.
Mages, Templars,
You?
bandits, demons. Making it hard for a man to hunt for his supper.
Yep, here we go.
Here, maybe this will help.
It more than helps. With this, I can fill these hungry bellies. Give these folks some hope. I didn't think much of the Inquisition. But no one else is helping like you lot. Maybe I was wrong.
Yes, you were wrong about a great many things, like pizza for breakfast, or nougat casserole. And mashed potatoes make good ice cream filler. And I'm not high, I'm just eccentric. Alright, there is... the mage caches always gave me so much trouble. Because the area is just wide enough. I mean, it's supposed to be hidden. It makes sense they'd be hard to find, but still. For the sake of... Oh, here we go. Saving time or whatever, it is just
More supplies.
a bit of a pain in the booty. Jumping up the side of the mountain to defile physics doesn't work the same way here that it does in Skyrim.
A Templar.
Oh, walked right into that guy. Ah, a rift. With Templars? I don't think they're guarding it. Actually, I don't even think they're technically part of that, the rift encounter. What's a rift? Wait, it's not a rift, that's a quest marker. Why did I think there was a rift there? Don't mind me. I freely acknowledge I shouldn't have started the stream when I did because I hadn't gotten enough sleep and I was worried my brain would check out, but you can only sit in bed for so long staring at the ceiling not knowing how things are going to pan out, you know?
The apostates have fled into the hills.
What's here? Gotta be something right here, right? It doesn't say... Oh, there it is. How did I miss that? Here we go. You know, who would have thunk that the mage's cache would probably be in the underground places full of items and stoof. We like items and stoof, don't we?
More supplies for
Grabbing another blanket. It's getting... Oh, guys, it's getting a little chilly around here. So... I didn't properly bundle this morning because temperature just kind of dropped out of the blue. Like, it's been hot, but then there was like a massive thunderstorm last night that dropped the temperature both in and out of the apartment down quite a bit.
If you ever go to Redcliffe's Tavern, don't eat the cheese. Just don't.
Right. That's just fast travel to the camp. That puts me closer to the goal.
Nothing to report, sir.
Wait, can I not go straight south from camp? Do I have to go that way? Yeah, I guess I do have to kind of go that way.
Nothing to report, sir.
Foghorn. Sweet. Oh, that's the cult that we were talking about. No, wait. There we go. That's how we get off.
I know you. They call you the Herald of Andraste for what you did at Haven. But are you? The Maker has not told me.
I am not the Herald of Andraste.
As I suspected. Stories of you mastering the rifts are just blind heresy.
No, I can seal rifts.
Then prove it. Show me that the rifts bend to your will, the will of the Maker. Show me the power you wield.
This cult.
Hey, Muffin.
What are you doing out here?
Let's see, it's part
What is
3. I
it
got
you
3
think
words.
is
Sweet
happening?
home and Alabama.
Chantry
Don't
has
ask me
fallen,
why. That was the
and
first 3
shown its
sentences
imperfection in
that
doing
came to
so.
mind.
The child
I
of
am
light
not
was
judging,
alive.
Muffin. I
It
am
was
not
arrogance to
judging.
think that mortal lips could frame the
I'm
Maker's
smirking, but I'm not
So we
judging.
wait in silence. The Maker
Okay, I
has
don't
opened
know.
the sky. Soon he will call his chosen back to the Golden City.
Yeah, you're an idiot. Now, I am positive this particular rift also has
Until later.
Until the Maker brings you back to
just
us.
whichever demon shoot the ice. I don't know if I'm going to be able to tackle this rift yet. I might have to level up a bit more. But there's still
suppose
plenty
it's
we
only
can
natural
do
that
in this
some would turn to
particular
worship.
compound.
If only in hopes of appeasing it.
Especially since this is where we can find the son who can make the medicinal potion that the one guy... It's a funny 3-word sentence. I agree. I know another funny 3-word sentence. You must die. Oh shit. You must die. You must die. If anyone's curious, I'm not telling Muffin here that they must die. I'm quoting one of the Zelda CDI games where there's a boss. Alright, I need to head back to the war table, and the sentence itself is innocent, but the implication. True. But I need to go back to the war table and dispatch people again, since some people are back, since Liliana came back.
I greet you. My name is Hindle.
Hindle, your mother can't breathe. Your father sent me here for potion.
What? She was fine. She hasn't had the breathing trouble in... All right, I can help. Here, I have some already made. Go, take it to her now.
Maybe you should either A, teach someone else how to make this life-saving potion, or B, stop hanging around this new age cult and be there for your mom. Preferably the former, because, you know, you gotta live your own life, brah, but still. Oh, Blue is definitely telling me I must die. I'm cooked, guys. Well, yeah, you're a muffin. If you're not cooked, it kind of defeats the purpose. Because I don't think there's a market for, like, muffin batter like there is for eating cookie dough, you know? Let's see. Down? I'm not gonna lie, this radar feature was another feature I really missed having in Dragon Age Veilguard. But then again, I'll defend Veilguard to a certain extent, but me and Abby have both kind of collectively agreed. The more we sit on Dragon Age Veilguard, the more it does kind of become our least favorite Dragon Age game, sadly. Gingerbread dough is also super nice, but your stomach will hurt if you eat too much sugar, period. You're not wrong. I used to love eating, like, the Nerd Rope bites or the Sour Patch Kid watermelon candies. Oh, it's got to be on the floor above me. For road trips, but especially as I got older, combined with the fact that I don't exactly have the healthiest relationship with food, I would just keep munching on them incessantly throughout the whole trip because it was right there, you know? But yeah, it would always be at least partway through the trip or once we got to our destination, bad things would happen to my tum-tums. And it was very unpleasant for Abby because she'd have to sleep next to me at night.
This letter. Velena is dead. But we were meant to be together. The Maker would not keep us apart. What am I supposed to do now?
The Inquisition needs men who believe as strongly as you do. Come and help us restore order.
Yes. If waiting here in the hills leaves innocents to die, then I will bring the Maker's word by the sword. My men and I will lend our strength to the Inquisition.
No, 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 no. Never, ever, 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 ever have the mindset of enforcing or bringing a will or whatever or an ideal through the sword. Like, again, I do not consider myself to be an active Christian anymore, but that was like, ooh, major red flag, if anyone said that. My relationship with food is sort of okay. I do like chewing to deal with stress and eat to relax. It's a problem sometimes, but I'm definitely working on it. Yeah, I am very much a stress eater, so I have that problem. But I also have the issue of, well, how do I put this? My dad would be very, shall we say, problematic with how he handled food with us growing up. Like, we had to eat everything on our plate, or we weren't allowed to leave the table. And
as much as is possible. The Fade contains
what's
a wealth
the word
of
I'm
knowledge
looking
for those who
for?
know where to look.
Sure, but I don't know
Even
how
if it
you
was a
dream
meal we
of letting
vehemently
alone wander
despised,
around there. Especially
or a
when the shit that
food
comes
item
out
we
of the
vehemently
Fade
despised, it's like
generally
we couldn't
seems-
leave. Yeah, again, it's like we had to clear our plates before we were allowed to leave the table. Otherwise, we could be grounded or worse. It's a big part of the reason why I do have such an unhealthy relationship with food is
So are humans.
I feel
we continue
almost
to interact with
compelled to eat
when we
everything
must.
on my plate, even if I'm not hungry anymore. Because that's what I was forced to do my entire life, you know?
Travel safely.
Combined with the fact of just how callous my dad would disregard. Like, my mom, I love my mom. She's a wonderful cook. She would always make this god-awful yam dish every year for Thanksgiving. I absolutely hated it. Like, probably one of my least favorite things I've ever put in my mouth. Like, to this day, I cannot even smell sweet potatoes, sweet potato fries, yam, anything without just feeling completely and utterly nauseous. Well, I was always forced to eat a very large serving of it every year at Thanksgiving, despite literally suffering through the entire process. Well, I only finally was allowed to not have to eat them when I basically projectile vomited, you know, trying to shove that crap down my throat at family dinner, you know? And it's like, look, I get it. Picky eating is a problem. And as someone who worked at a hospital for, like, bratty kids who didn't want to eat anything other than, like, chicken nuggets or cheese sandwiches, I understand you got to be firm with kids, especially when picky eating's involved. But there's a difference between picky eating and... Because it's not like I was saying I don't want to eat my vegetables, you know. I was just being like, I don't want to eat this yam slop. But yeah, my dad was like, he only really allowed me to truly stop eating that crap when my body definitively showed 100%. It's like, I can't eat this because, again, it makes me puke at the dinner table. Yes. Yes. I think I'm done in here for now. Other than let's talk to the person at the gate.
Maker's tears. I was a fool to have doubted you.
What is this? I have no problem with vegetables too. Vegetables, but peppers, yuck. I don't mean the hot peppers, I mean like the regular ones. Alright, map. What is this? Oh, I thought I did try to speak to you, but...
Maker's tears. I was a fool to have doubted you. How may we serve you? Herald of Andraste.
Bring me chocolate.
Have your people help the refugees?
As you say, Herald of Andraste. Some few will remain here. The rest will go forth to do
My
your
dad
will.
is
When the Maker
problematic
calls you to your
in
great
the sense
purpose,
he eats
remember
shitty
that
ass
we
food.
serve.
He eats like poor college student. Only eating microwave food and noodle cups, and when he does cook, he doesn't make good food. Yeah. That's one problem I've noticed, especially here in America with poor college students. They're not taught how to cook for themselves. They're taught how to just buy a bunch of ramen cups or hamburger helper and just live off that. So when they're finally done with college, they don't know how to take care of themselves in terms of like cooking and whatnot.
Thank you. If not for you, I'd be dead.
Do you need anything? I should probably report back.
Yeah, this is that missing scout that one guy was asking us to find.
This is a mage.
Eldreda, yes. I think that was her name. At least I'd heard other apostates call her that.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like someone was having a picnic.
Yes. The mage must have been hunting for blood magic. The Templars attacked the apostate. I suppose I just got caught in the middle. So, the truth. I may have been, passing time with Eldreda.
Nothing wrong with that.
You were trying to find a moment's peace in the midst of this war.
Wait. Yes. At first, she was just a mage who saw me and didn't attack, but later we... So, are you going to report me?
No.
Look, kid, if you can talk an apostate out of her pants in the middle of a war, you've got a gift. Use it. Make contacts, get information, and help the Inquisition.
I do find it funny that this is considered getting an agent for the Inquisition
All right.
when
I
this
can do that.
person was
And
already working
thanks
for the
going
Inquisition.
easy on me.
I ain't gonna question it, because it means getting more power, and I need more power to play more of the game. Because yeah, going back, like Sunshine experienced something similar to I did from my dad, or from our dad. I turned 60, so his body is fucked up. He isn't bad when taking care of himself. Doesn't shower up. Ouch. Or not ouch, ouch, or gross, but he does move a bit. He's got running and running, but his running has decreased. It's like, yeah, running will keep you in shape, but like, I know that my body's probably gonna go to crap because I eat terrible food, but yeah. But yeah, there was like a particular like baked beans that Sunshine just couldn't stand growing up. I don't know if they can handle it now or if it's still just as nasty to them, but Sunshine, well, at least Sunshine didn't do it at the dinner table when like the whole family was there, but Sunshine was forced to eat, you know, the beans. It's like, you're not allowed to leave until you eat these, and then naturally they ended up vomiting at the dinner table. It was just our private dinner table rather than, again, the family gathering. I have a hard time saying my dad was abusive or anything growing up. He certainly made a lot of mistakes, in my opinion, raising us, like specifically beating us, because, well, that's how my dad raised me and it taught me respect, or that type of BS, you know? I'm like, Dad, just because your dad beat you, because like my whole thing is my dad was constantly being like, hey, like whenever he'd beat us, he's like, hey, just be grateful I'm not Grandpa, because Grandpa would beat me with a belt, and I'm not beating you with a belt, I'm just smacking you with my hand, that means I'm a better parent, you know? It's like, I'm being more kind to you. I'm like, no, Dad, a kind parent wouldn't realize that beating kids as a form of behavioral correction is just abuse. You don't get to be the most healthy person, but if you try to be healthy a bit and feel okay, and you're not actually unhealthy, then I would say it's fine. Yeah, no, for real. Hi, let's fight. Because I woke up today and I am choosing violence. Because I do not have a healthy way of processing anything. Oh, so last night. So one of there's a guy that we kind of know. He's kind of a friend, kind of an acquaintance. But he throws a Halloween party, like a huge Halloween party every year. And let's see, fairly sure Dad used that as well. He said his grandpa chased his dad with an axe. What? And if appreciate at least we're not getting. I'm like, dude, yeah, it's great that you're not resorting to threatening your kids with an axe, but just because you're not going that far doesn't excuse poor behavior in general, you know? It's like the difference between getting kicked really hard in the ass versus getting kicked really hard in the dick. Yeah, it's going to be way, way, way worse to be kicked in the dick. And I would want that, if I had to choose one of the two, I would choose to be kicked in the ass because it's going to be less problematic in the long run. But it doesn't change the fact that it is still abusive and it is still cruel. So Let me think. Always Halloween. Anyway, Halloween party. Yeah. Sorry. At the Halloween party, they had karaoke. And just for the heck of it, so a friend of mine and Abby's, she is into ventriloquism and puppeteering. So when the local LARP park went out of business, she actually went out of her way to buy like one of the old ventriloquist dummies that the park owned as a prop that everyone thought was cursed. Like, they're like, that doll is totally possessed by the spirit of a dead kid or whatever, you know? Or something like that. Well, after the park went under, she actually was able to purchase that puppet from the park's owners and was able to just keep it for her own. Well, we were both kind of talking, and she was like, should I go up and, you know, sing I Got No Strings from Pinocchio with my puppet? And I'm like, you should totally do it. It's like, I'm a little embarrassed to go up. I'm like, okay, you go up and sing I Got No Strings. And because I was also dressed as Edgelord, well, a stripped down version of Edgelord, for reasons that don't matter. I'm like, you sing I Got No Strings, and then I will sing Edge of Glory by Lady Gaga as Edgelord. In my Edgelord voice and everything. Although by the end, it started off as my usual Edgelord voice. But by the end, it totally turned into like a really bad like impression of a blues singer. It's like, I'm on the edge of glory. That was pretty funny. That being said, Abby was like, I'm going to excuse myself to the other side of the party because she couldn't handle the secondhand embarrassment of me going up and making a fool of myself, you know? But it was pretty fun. Much to Abby's distress, this friend actually filmed about 26 seconds of me singing and sent it to me, so I can now share it to social media, and it will always be out in the wild now. But yeah, it was fun. We had to leave before, like, the host, he like hand built a giant ass piñata, you know, shaped like, I don't know, some type of monster. And like this piñata was bigger than me. Like it was huge. We had to leave before they did that because Abby was wearing her, let's see, Loki, that sounds funny. Poor Abby. Yeah. Abby was dressed as Futaba from Persona 5, and her wig was giving her a bit of a pressure headache, so we had to peace out.
Have a name
Ice
for the
cube
sword?
stuff.
Flasher? Gasher? How about Pokey?
Go with Pokey. You seem like a Pokey guy.
Gosh, thank you.
More supplies. Whittle can make use of these.
Red lyrium. Oh my gosh, next time Abby streams, I really want to ask her about it, just to hear what she thinks of it. Yes, you should bring it up to her as much as you bring up the thing with me, Muffin. Die, Red lyrium, die.
Whoever this dwarf was, he was in over his head.
Well, yeah. Let's see. Well, I think that's all like the major story quests in this corner of the Hinterland map. I mean, like I said, I want to explore as much of the Hinterlands as I can, but partially due to the dragon, I am going to be a hair limited on what that actually is going to entail, you know? Okay, hold on. I just finished my Mountain Dew, and I'm still kind of struggling. I'm going to go grab some more caffeine. Give me just a second. Oh. Actually, we're going to take a quick break because I need to wake Abby up because she has work this morning, so I'll be right back. Okay. We are back, and I'm making the very dangerous decision for me to break into one of my energy drinks. But I digress. I barely got any sleep last night, and I am still horribly struggling to get sleep. So, what can you do?
I found Ritz and rescued her from an attack by the Templars. She's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time. It's dangerous out here for everyone. I'm glad the Inquisition is trying to put things right.
Okie dokie. Let's see. Oh yeah, gotta give the wife her ring back. Well, her husband's ring back, but... Wrong thing. God damn it. Oh wait, there's someone here. There's an ass. I need to be pwned. Let's pwn his ass first. You know, it's funny. You think me being me, as being as fickle as I am, you'd think I would have grown tired of using the red heart as a mount in like every single playthrough. But yeah, no joke. This red holla probably will always be my favorite mount to use in this game. Like, even with all the other holla mounts that you can get, the Dracolisk mounts, all the different horses, the weird nugs and other things you can ride, I'll just always really love that red holla.
We're the Templars. They don't care who they kill anymore.
I found this.
This is it. Praise to you and the Inquisition for it won't bring him back.
It's a shame we can't recruit her into the Inquisition. Give her some renewed purpose now that her husband was murdered by the fucktard Templars. Excuse me. You know, it was kind of funny, talking about the Halloween party that I was at last night, because a number of people who also would go to the local art park, or the former local art park, who met Edgelord there, well, a number of them were there last night, and they're like, oh, you're like, wait, your outfit is like much more less than usual. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm not going to be carrying a fuck ton of weapons on me when we're just here to party and socialize, you know. I'm not role playing, so I'm going to keep things light for my benefit. And two, I'm not going to wear my layered mask because I want to make sure I can properly communicate and socialize at a party / eat refreshments, you know, so... But ironically, one of the guys in question, his character never really, he never wore a mask or anything like that at the park, but he was dressed as a helldiver, whatever that is from. I don't actually know. I just know he's posted on Facebook because he wore the same costume to FanX, like, who wants to helldive with me? So he was wearing a full face mask. So I'm like, yeah, I didn't wear a mask so I could communicate. It's like, yeah, I made the mistake of wearing my helmet. Now I've got to deal with it. I'm like, yep, that's why I left my mask at home / in the car. Okay. That was a glitch. Alright, let's fast travel, see if that resets my ability to interact with the dude, because I'm going to be perfectly livid if this quest glitches out and I can't finish it, because I hate not being able to finish quests. Especially, you know, ones that are so early in the game, and... Oh my god. Alright, it's not too far back.
Damn it, Ritz, where are you?
I need to die. Ran right past the house.
Where the Templars? They don't...
Damn it. Alright, fine. I'll kick all of your guys' ass. Did she glitch out of existence? There she is.
Where the Templars? They don't care who they kill anymore.
Okay. Wait. What is over here? Oh, give me that quest, and then I'll grab the rest of the... Oh. Fancy. So I almost missed my train, but ran under the blockers that go down when the train's coming. I was really scared because once my mom did that, she fell and she scraped her knee badly. I have trauma. I am so sorry to hear that, Muffin. I hope you did miss your train, though. Nothing else. Did it because I knew bring late work is bad, so should be early. Yeah, no, a lot of, especially around here, a lot of people have pointed out that, or at least especially in my line of work, a lot of people's personal philosophy is being on time is late. It's like, be here early because that way we can do like the pre-work setup and we can get the full amount of work in for... So, again, I work construction, so we are technically supposed to start work at 6:45. So, or not 6:45, 7. So, we will often come and try to be there by 6:45 so we can do, like, our pre-work meetings, kind of be like, okay, this is what everyone's doing today, etc., 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 that way, we can actually, you know, get started working at 7 so we can work, you know, for our full day, so we can, you know, do our full days of work. And then at the end of the day, we can stop at around 4:30 and spend a half hour cleaning up. So we can go home on time at 5. While still giving the company a full 10 hours of work that we promised them, you know? I mean, okay, again, a full 10 hours, like I said, we are cleaning up at 4:30, but I think you kind of get what I'm saying. There we go.
The potion and instructions on how to make it.
Silas bless you. Or the maker. Or whoever. It doesn't matter, just thank you. I'll give it to her right away. If ever I can help the Inquisition, you have my word.
Well, you can help the Inquisition by answering now who made your life, you know, better. Don't say the church, say the Inquisition. Yeah, and I want you to pronounce it exactly like that. Not the Inquisition, pronounce it the Inquisition. Yep, it's still thundering and lightning. It's still very, very frightening.
I believe this is your phylactery. I found it on the body of a dead Templar named Matrin.
Ah. I suspected he died when he did not join me or send word. Maker curse the fools who started this war. And the fools who now fight it. Thank you. Matrin was important to me. Here, for your trouble.
The Inquisition could use the skills of a powerful mage.
If I wished to kill others, I would have joined the rebels. How is the Inquisition any better?
Oh, shit. I needed Cassandra for this, not Solus. Fuck.
Farewell. Thank you again. May I help you?
Okay. I can still go grab Cassandra and get her to join by the looks of it. I want to, because again, I know they don't have, right. This doesn't have as big of an impact when it comes to recruiting as something like Assassin's Creed Revelations, but still. And what I mean by that is, like, in Assassin's Creed Revelation, you can level up your, like, you can level up the people you've recruited. You can see them leveling up. You can see their progress. You can deploy them for different things. Not really the case here. For the most part, after you recruit someone, they just kind of disappear into the ether, but still. No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There we go. I was stuck in a social situation that I was not prepared to deal with. I don't want to talk. It's nothing personal. I just don't want to talk to you. Because I personally hate you. Okay, maybe it was personal. I solemnly swear to tell you to fuck off.
May I help you? If I wish to kill others,
Wait, what?
join the rebels. Well, good day.
Hold on. Could have sworn it was Cassandra. Who do I need? Give me a second. Okay. Okay, that's how I was able to recruit her without... Okay, it's not Cassandra you need. It's the bitch you need to recruit her. It's just, I play as mages so often that usually gives me dialogue to get her to recruit. So to recruit her, you need one of three things. You either need the arcane perk from the war table. You need to be a mage, or you need to have the bitch in the party. Yeah, it's not personal. I just fucking hate you. Let's get this over with so we can get her out of my party ASAP. Fuck you, get a clue, au revoir. You are a piece of garbage. You're basically a sanctified prick. And you put down other people's, needs. 'Cause you're a sanctimonious brat. You talk about the importance of the circle, despite the fact that you were raised in high society and didn't have to deal.
How is the Inquisition any better?
The Inquisition is our chance to restore order, Enchanter. Without it, we'll be no better than apostates.
Madame Vivienne.
You are... Hey, apostates are much better than you, Vivienne.
I am honored. And if you back the Inquisition, so shall I. My skills are yours. Just give me a moment to gather my things.
Cool. Okay, I think I'm going to swing by the Black Emporium and change my haircut, because I'm just not... You know what? I need to go back to the war table. Let's just hit the Black Emporium and then head back to Haven. Just... This haircut's just not jiving Heck, even the cheekbones, I'm not loving as much with my character. I'm just afraid to mess with those, so let's just mess with the haircut. I will say, the haircuts are not... I think outside the first game, but the haircuts for the women are not the greatest in the Dragon Age games. At least in my opinion.
Urchin, bring me a moist.
But that also is probably because, like, in Dragon Age 2, when I play Femhawk, I just, I use default Hawk's design, because it's like, I can't improve upon that. Like, default Femhawk's design is just so good. Why would I mess with perfection, if you know what I mean? Because, I mean, this is basically default Hawk's haircut right here. Right. Let's see if this works better for me. Okay, back to Haven for real. Alright. Haven. Wait. I'm going... Am I not going to Haven? Why is it asking me to pick my party? I don't have a party in Haven. Okay. You do you, Bubsy. You do you. You might as well actually talk to some people.
Yes.
No, you don't have anything new for me. Hey.
Did you need something?
No.
Need something?
Chasing mages, that's a Templar's job. A big armored. Not too late to go find some. Or stay home.
I'll be...
At least we've got Inquisition troops out at Redcliffe now, giving those people...
Wait, right. Blackwell's out front. I should go talk to him. Nope, nothing new. Vivian is inside the... Yeah.
Yes?
No, don't talk to me any more than I have to.
She who trusts in the Maker, fire is
Thank
her
you.
water.
You return.
As the moth sees light and goes toward flame.
You know, I don't know why we can't possibly make that woman the divine. Like, why did... Let's see. We run a scenario by you. What would you do if you're playing this game and happen to walk into a bald monk with a blue arrow on his head, wearing orange clothing, and holding a stick? I would... Oh, perks.
Have you had any trouble with them?
Okay, I think that's
Not
the
at all.
max.
I will inform
So
you if that
then I
changes.
can start working towards deft hand find tools. I would ask him if he can invent air conditioning and send it my way.
Let's see what we have.
Okay, so we're still kind of at the point where
Let us begin.
don't have got plenty of power. Let's unlock it. I'm not gonna head straight there because I still have other things I want to do first, but no, I don't want to venture forth yet. I just want to unlock these areas. Yeah. We're probably, after we're done in the Hinterlands, we're probably going to go to the Storm Coast next, just so we can get Iron Bull. I think Iron Bull is the last of the characters I can recruit at this point, since Dorian and Cole can't be recruited until a little later. Let's see. After asking the monk to invent air conditioning, I'd ask if he'd like to go out for, you know, some spirits. And then we could go have fun storming the Fire Nation's castle. Then I'd sucker punch him. I'd also go penguin sledding with him, probably. Oh, so speaking of penguins, I was actually really excited. In Digimon Story Time Stranger, Penguinmon is a Digimon that you can get. And I don't know if he's like an outright obscure Digimon, but he's never been in any of the Digimon games I've played, which admittedly are not many, but still. like the Digimon that are in Time Stranger, like the amount of them is crazy. Which is another reason it's kind of a shame that Time Stranger only has 6 party slots for party members instead of 11 like the other Digimon story games. I mean, I get it. I would argue having 11 Digimon in your party made the game too easy, because to get a game over, you'd have to have all 11 of your Digimon die, which, outside of some mistakes that I may or may not have made several times on stream in regards to that, it's harder than you'd think. But on the other hand, it's like you have so many Digimon in this game, and I want to use every single one of them, but I can only have 6 in my active party. That is just, you're making me cry on the end. You're making me cry, especially since I want to use Beelzemon, because I love Beelzemon. Beelzemon is my favorite Digimon. Well, that's a bit of a loaded question. Because, you see, when people ask me what my favorite Digimon is, I have a hard time nailing it down to just one Digimon, because I'm like, when it comes to Digimon, I have to think about the whole line, if that makes sense. So that's why, technically speaking, I would say my favorite Digimon is actually Candlemon. Now, let's see, my favorite part of Avatar World is how the regular animals of our world is uncommon. Yeah, like the Earth King didn't have a turtle bear or whatever, just a mutant bear, just a bear. They go weird. No, I agree. That was a fun little bit of, not world building per se, but just well, no, it was world building. That was fun. Yeah, but that was fun. Because, like, the reason why Candlemon is my favorite Digimon is not necessarily because I like Candlemon itself. I do like Candlemon, just to be clear. But the reason I like it as much as I do is because Candlemon can Digivolve both into Wizardmon and Meramon. And both of those Digimon are Digimon that I have always loved since the early days of the franchise, because I always thought Meramon was just pretty badass looking, because he's literally a dude made of fire. And Wizardmon is one of the most heartbreaking and gut-wrenching moments in both Digimon Tamers 1 or Digimon Adventure 1 and 2. And then Wizardmon can then become Mistymon, who is, I found out Mistymon is in Time Stranger, which I'm like, oh fuck yeah. But then Meramon can then become Skull Meramon, who was another Digimon I always really liked from his brief appearance in Digimon Adventure 2. I always thought he was kind of badass looking. Because again, he's got like the metal mask. He's like covered in chains. Like, he just looks very punk. It's something that as a kid I absolutely dug that aesthetic. And then subsequently, Mistymon can become Dynastmon, who's probably one of my favorite Royal Knights besides Dukemon. And Skull Meramon. Yes, the canonical Digivolution line that I think it's very clear that the developers had in mind was that Skull Meramon was supposed to become Boltmon. I don't like Boltmon very much, but he can also become Beelzemon. Beelzemon from Digimon Question. I've never played an actual Pokemon game in my life, despite being aware of it. Any game would you recommend? It could be old. I have a gaming projector where I can play really old games. Okay. If you want to get into Pokemon for the very first time, I would recommend the Pokemon games I would recommend as a good starting point are Heart Gold or Soul Silver. Those were released on the original DS, and they were remakes of Gold and Silver. So they came out around the time of, they're technically part of Generation 4. Those are good ones to start with because they're again, they're remakes of two of the best. Like, I would say Silver and Gold were like the best direct sequel, because like Pokemon hasn't done like a lot of direct sequels. Silver and Gold are technically direct sequels to Blue and Red. And the remake just has everything that was good about those original games, but with a lot of, at the time, modern conveniences. So I do recommend that one. I do also recommend Black and White, I'm a little biased towards those ones because I really liked Black and White when I first played it. And a lot of my favorite Pokemon were introduced. And that's Gen 5, also for the original DS. And what's also fun about Black and White is they're one of the few that also got a direct sequel in Black and White 2. So if you play Black and White and like it, I would highly recommend then playing Black, you know, the sequel. Although make sure that you play if you play Pokemon White or Pokemon Black, make sure you play Black 2 or White 2, cuz I had Pokemon White, but then I got Black 2 because Sunshine wanted Reshiram in both games, which, yeah, meant that I got Zekrom twice, but it wasn't as direct of a follow-up from a story standpoint. This might be a controversial take, given how glitchy it is, but I also can recommend, I would also recommend Scarlet or Violet. Mostly because the story in those games are great. There are some graphical problems, I admit, and it can bug out, but I really liked Scarlet and Violet. Now, one other game that I do highly recommend, and this is not a traditional Pokemon game, is Legend Arceus. That might be my favorite Pokemon game of all time, even though it is considered a spin-off Pokemon game. Because, like, there have been a number of spin-off Pokemon games throughout the years, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, the Pokemon... what's it called? The Pokemon Ranger games. The Pokemon Coliseum games. Which, by the way, don't play the... As much as I love the Coliseum games, don't play the Coliseum games. They are ridiculously difficult. At least the first one was. And that's because those games were outsourced to a different company. To a company that was staffed entirely by people who had never played a Pokemon game. So the first one in particular is horribly unbalanced. Even though the story is a lot of fun. But yeah. I would not recommend playing Arceus as your first Pokemon game. I'd play one of the other ones I just recommended. But then maybe try out Arceus. I know a lot of people also recommend Pokemon Platinum. I didn't play Platinum until I was a lot older. So I can't really comment on that one. Abby's favorite is Ruby and Sapphire, but if you're going to play Ruby and Sapphire, I'd recommend playing Omega Red or Alpha... What was it? Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. The remakes on the 3DS. Just because they're Gen 6 games, which means more Pokemon, but with, again, at the time, more modern conveniences. Plus, the story is a little better. But yeah, I guess gun to my head for your very first Pokemon game to kind of get a feel for the franchise, I would recommend playing Heart Gold or Soul Silver for a more classic feel. Or, let's see, I don't mind gaming being old and being a little buggy, especially if the story makes up for it, but I would prefer functionable games that wouldn't mind. Yeah. Honestly, when it comes to glitches, the only ones that are kind of a problem were in Scarlet and Violet. For me personally, it's not enough to ruin Scarlet and Violet, but I know it was enough to ruin it for some people, and I admit I do have I am a little blind when it comes to Pokemon. Like, I am always going to be way more forgiving of Pokemon than I am other series, because Pokemon was probably... Pokemon Blue was the first video game I ever personally owned. It wasn't one of the first games I ever played. It was one of the first games I ever owned. It was the first game I ever personally owned. Because, like, my parents did not want us to have home consoles for years, but they were more okay with us having handhelds that we could use to entertain us in car rides. So that's why it's like, even though I was alive during the NES and SNES era, and I think my first video games I ever played were on the SNES, the very first home console we owned was the GameCube. So, yeah. Because, like, the very first video game that we owned as a family was Donkey Kong Country for the classic Game Boy. Which is a game I've never beaten because that game is hard. But yeah. So yeah, again, just to kind of reiterate, what I would recommend if you want a more classic Pokemon experience, play Heart Gold, Soul Silver, or maybe Black and White. Like, again, Black and White was officially when they were trying to work in more 3D, or at least 3D. Like, it was still technically 2D, but they tried to work in 3D shots, but that will give you a better feel of how classic Pokemon plays. But if you want a more modern experience, I would do Scarlet and Violet. Personally, I like Scarlet better than Violet, but that's just me. Ultimately, if you're gonna end up, playing it for yourself, just kind of look at what's there, see what appeals to you. I mean, that's what you should always do with Pokemon. Like, kind of look at what each version has to offer, see which one appeals to you more, and just play that version. But yeah, I do highly recommend also playing Arceus at some point, because Arceus is just fun. I am sad to say, because we are finally getting another Legends game with Pokemon Legends ZA that's coming out later this year. But I'm a little concerned because it seems that it might potentially be succumbing to DLC hell and shady marketing decisions. Let's see. Heart Gold and Silver, Black and White, Scarlet and Violet, Legend Arceus, not as first. Ruby and Sapphire, but play Omega first. But yeah, thanks. Look into it. No problem. I know a lot of people recommend Sun and Moon. I can't get it. I never liked Sun and Moon. I'd say Sun and Moon were probably my least favorite generation. Well, okay, admittedly, I think Diamond and Pearl would have been my least favorite generation if I didn't still have nostalgia goggles for them. Because while those games did come out while I was in high school, because I struggled to get a job in high school due to my schedule, I still had a more carefree outlook on life at that point, so I had more time to sink into, I still had time to sink hours and hours into Pokemon, so combined with the fact that there was a fun feature that the original Diamond and Pearl had, because they were the first ones that were released on the classic DS, and because the older DS models had a port for Game Boy Advance games, if you had the Game Boy Advance Pokemon games plugged in while playing Diamond and Pearl, different Pokemon would become available in the wild. Like, I forget exactly which one was which, but I think if you had a copy of Fire Red plugged in, you could find wild Elekkids in some part of the world. Just as an example. And that was just fun as a kid. Bro, I was scared about being actually late to work. You're 40 minutes early. All right, guess I'll just order food and eat something while I wait for my shift start. Yeah, I know the feeling. Like, growing up, my dad was always late. He always made us late. And it was frustrating because he always demanded that we be ready to go, like, super early. But then he could never, live up to his own expectations. So we'd be ready to go, and then we'd have to sit around bored for like 40 minutes to an hour waiting for him to actually get his ass, prepared like we already were. And it's like, okay, what do we do? Because I don't want to just sit and wait because it's boring. But I also don't want to read my book because I need that to keep me entertained during the car ride, or I don't want to play my Game Boy or DS or whatever I had at the time, because then I'll drain the battery and then I won't have that to entertain me in the drive. And again, that's just for, and heck, that's just if it was like long trips. Like anytime it's like, hey, we're just gonna go to a friend's house, we're gonna go do a family activity locally or whatever. Always late. Yeah, no, just my dad is I have daddy issues, if that's not obvious at this point, but most of my anxieties and most of my shortcomings, like having to always be early and whatnot, it's because, quite frankly, my dad just blew up my anxiety with
weapon enchantment,
just
and
his
a good
poor
one,
example, if you know what I mean. Now, again, to give my dad some credit, he did teach me a good work ethic. He did teach me, you know, to be, you know, upfront and honest and some other things, but I hate it when parents are like, get ready now. I'm like, I'm ready. My mom and dad's like, hold up, I got to do something. Oh, yeah, for real. But it's like, I feel most of my morality was taught to me by my mom and my grandpa on my mom's side, combined with just always looking up to fictional characters like Lloyd Irving from Tales of Symphonia or Superman. So, yeah, I don't want to completely discount my dad in terms of, you know, develop me into the person that I am, but I also can't really give him that much credit either, because most of my more unhealthy habits and unhealthy quirks that I have, I can point to him as causing. Like I said, he is 100% the reason I have an eating disorder. Yes, I haven't been formally diagnosed as having an eating disorder, but I really do feel it's pretty obvious that I have one. Because, like I said, even if I'm full, I can't just leave my plate with food on it because of just how he forced us just to keep eating and eating. It's like, Mom worked hard on this. You need to eat everything on your plate. I don't care if you're full. Because again, he had that. I definitely probably have daddy issues and mommy issues. I got all family issues. Also, my sister was really shitty. I am so sorry to hear that. I can safely say for the most part, my siblings were pretty good. That being said, my older brother suffered a bit from oldest child in a Mormon family. So was constantly, and being the middle child was they were constantly teaming up against me. And because I always felt like I was the one being ignored, I was not a good older brother to Sunshine. Like, this is something that I live with every day looking back to me as a kid, because I mean, one of the reasons why my older brother was definitely a better older sibling to Sunshine is because they always were making sure that Sunshine was protected from, again, from me. But at the same time, it's also and again, this does not excuse it. I'm not trying to excuse it. It's because Sunshine was the one person in the whole family that I felt like I had some dominance over, because they were the only member of the immediate family I was, older than. But especially since, looking back, my older brother wasn't a great, when our cousins were around, wasn't a great older sibling, because they'd always single me out as, the one that my older brother and the other siblings who were around my age and my brother's age be the designated, oh, you're the loser of the group, if that makes sense. So, again, not a healthy relationship with that. But besides those things, I do have a relatively healthy relationship with my siblings. But probably the thing that just sort of bugs me the most, quote unquote, is that my older sibling still has a bit of the whole hypocrisy. Like, growing up, he'd be like, shut up, don't do this, it's annoying. But now they're the ones who do those things incessantly more than anyone else, you know? And if anyone's wondering, like, what I'm talking about, just as an example, let's see. I eat every time I play it because it's just Asian/Mongolian culture, but I don't mind it. But I learned later in life to simply be more careful about what I put on my plate because I probably need to eat it. That's fair. And I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind the whole clear your plate so much. It's just... the problem boils down to, you know, my dad would overload my plate because it's like, you need to try some of everything and you need to try lots of everything because your mom put so much work into it. You need to make sure that, you know what I mean?
Prepared ahead. Prepare yourself.
It's complicated. Okay.
One down!
Sorry, I don't actually want to fight you guys just yet because I'm not going this way. Okay, I don't want to do... yeah, it's complicated. Like I said, I have a very complicated relationship with everyone in my family for different reasons. But I do think my relationship with my siblings is current. I mean, heck. I got my very first tattoo ever 3 weeks ago. And both my siblings know about it. I have not told my parents. And I don't know if or when I will. Because, again, being raised Mormon, tattoos are very much against... like, I can't outright say it's against our religion, per se. Because... I mean, it doesn't say anywhere... well, maybe it does say somewhere in the scriptures to not, like, cut or engrave thyself or something along those lines. But... because, like, my, you know, Sunshine is LGBTQ, and the Mormon church does preach, you know, a lot of traditional values and traditional marriage, so on and so forth. And not just that, they're non-binary. And the Mormon church is very much about traditional gender roles, so... my parents actually accepted them pretty well, but I know it was hard for them. Family stuff is complicated. Why am I in the therapy? It's a complicated issue. My mom suggested to maybe have lunch. Sister, I felt fear down the cord. My stomach drops, so safe to say no. No, and honestly, here's the thing. In the religion I was growing up in, they're always preaching you gotta forgive people because... you know, Jesus forgave everybody, so we need to forgive other people too, and, you know, other stuff like that. And it's like, I do agree to an extent, because the reason why I say to an extent is because if you can't forgive somebody, you as an individual will probably never truly heal. You're going to carry that resentment with you forever, and, it's basically you're letting this person, you know, rule your life. But one thing I have kind of come to realize is that people have been conflating forgiveness with letting someone back into your life. And that's something that I've kind of argued with my dad about. It's like, hey, we're having a family, there's going to be like a family get together. I'm like, good for you, good for them. I'm not coming. It's like, well, why not? I'm like, I don't want to be around the members of the family. Like, you need to forgive them already. I'm like, Dad, I have forgiven them. I am not spending, you know, day in, day out just thinking about, oh yeah, I hate my I hate cousin blah 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 because of XYZ. No, that's not how it is at all. It's like, I have forgiven them everything that, you know, they've done to me growing up. I just don't want them back in my life. My life is been so much happier without having them in my life, you know? In some cases, you need to forgive themselves for yourself, but let yourself be free of them. Yeah. Because this mentality of you gotta let them back in your life or whatever, that's just how, you know, abusers keep their victims in their web, in their, you know, toxic web. Is they're like, no, if you don't let me back in your life, you haven't forgiven me, and that's wrong or whatever. When it's like, no, that is not how forgiveness works. And we need to normalize, not what I meant to do. And I feel we need to normalize people saying, I can't do it enough. Enough's enough. I need to, for my own peace, just not have this person in my life anymore, you know? Because, again, there is nothing wrong with that. But people love to act like there is, because people want to put, like, a neat bow on things, I think, is probably the best way to describe it. So it's like, well, but if you don't let someone back into your life, can you truly say you've forgiven them? It's like, yes, you can. Right. There they are. Okay, I think we've leveled up enough we can take them, but these guys, like, if you ever play this game and you come across a rift, like, if you've only been playing for, like, a few, like, an hour or two, and you see a rift that poops out these demons, just run the fuck away. They will slaughter you. Just trust me on this. It's like the reason they're so scary is because A, they have barriers, which early in the game, barriers are way harder to take down than just straight up armor, unless you have the dispel spell, which I gave Solus, and they attack with cold. Well, shit. Case in point. Cold is so devastating because it slows you, and well, shit. Yeah, case in point. We might have to come back to these later, because I figured at this point, no, we got this, but no, apparently I was wrong. Apparently we are still too underpowered to deal with. Yeah, I also, and cold, yeah, cold slows you, it debuffs you. Yeah, they're rough to deal with. They are very rough to deal with. Yep. But yeah, just to kind of close my thoughts on what we were talking about earlier, forgiving someone is for your own self, so you can heal. Like, you forgive people so you can move on with your life and say that, okay, because I mean, hell, if someone assaults you, in any way, shape, or form, I think you're perfectly valid for the rest of your life never wanting them back in your life. But you need to apply some forgiveness so you can heal and move on. And I don't necessarily mean forgive the person. Because, like, given that, victim blaming is so popular, especially in America, the forgiveness might be more for yourself. You're forgiving yourself, for ever thinking you were somehow at fault for what happened, Because again, I'm not saying forgive yourself for putting yourself in this situation, or any other patriarchal bullcrap that's tried to be shoved down, you know, women's throat or just victims' throat in general. I mean, forgive yourself for ever thinking it might have been your fault, you know? And that will let you heal and move forward. But, heck, even if you do find it in your heart to forgive the person, that doesn't mean you have to let them back in your life. So, yeah. Forgiveness is about self-care. It's not the same thing as just pretending it didn't happen and trying to have things go back to normal. Because the reality of the situation is things never can go back to normal. Because normal was entirely predicated on a trust that was there before the person truly hurt you on a personal level, you know? Because if I hurt someone, if I betray someone on a personal level, yeah, I can't go back to that because that trust just doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, my sister told me a lot of times that all the fighting that happened at home within our family regarding me was my fault, and she told me things would have been better if I'd never been born. Yet, to be perfectly frank, like, I do hope she's working on being a better person. I don't think you are ever going to be out of line for never wanting her back in your life. Because telling someone they should never have been born, in my humble opinion, is kind of the equivalent of encouraging someone to self-delete. Because, yeah, you're basically saying the world would be better without you in it. And that is never acceptable. Like, under any, like, for example, get topical here. Several weeks ago, Charlie Kirk was murdered actually at one of the universities I went to school at. Heck, a lot of my friends were actually on campus when it happened. Well, I do think Charlie Kirk's was an awful person, and we have not lost anything by not having that racist, homophobic, transphobic piece of shit in the world. I never wanted that, and I would condemn anyone who said, you know, who would say that him being murdered that way was acceptable. It's like, do I think the world is, you know, worse by not having someone spew that hate? Well, no. But A, people are going to spew that kind of hate no matter what happens, you know? And all you've actually done is denied him a chance to either A, prove to the world he was full of crap, thus actually hurting his cause rather than helping it, or you've denied him the ability to come around and maybe realize the error of his ways, you know? So, yeah. It's one of those, you don't ever have to, like, yeah. I had a bigger thesis statement by tying things into, but no, yeah, it was the whole encouraging self-deletion. Like, again, I do not approve of anything Charlie Kirk did, but I never would have encouraged him to, you know, self-delete, and I never would have encouraged anyone to kill him. Like, that is just unacceptable. She said that, yet has also punished me and yelled at me for having thoughts about hurting myself, so I was always doing something wrong. So yeah, I'm much happier. And that, yeah, no. Ooh. Again, as someone who worked in a hospital for people, and as someone who does suffer from suicidal depression, mocking people for having those thoughts is inexcusable. In my humble opinion, there is never a justifiable excuse or a justifiable reason. You can call it tough love or whatever you want. I'm like, no. There is never a reason to mock someone for having these thoughts. Like, Abby introduced me somewhat recently to a YouTuber called Swoop. Swoop, she does like documentaries about, like, deep dive documentaries, and I actually think she's provided a lot of context for, like, internet drama that I was passively aware of, but didn't know too much about. And I actually really like Swoop because she always like, my biggest problem that I've encountered when I've looked up, like, internet drama channels to try to get, like, what's going on with this subject that I'm curious about, but I don't know that much about myself. A lot of them take hard stances, which, you know, in some cases it's like, well, yeah, this person's terrible and they deserve to be criticized for it, but then there's no nuance in that video. And heck, they're approaching the subject with a pre-existing narrative. Whereas Swoop always does try to play a bit of devil's advocate when she talks about subjects. Not because she actually is trying to defend their actions. It's more like, we need to understand why someone would be in a headspace like this to do these things, you know? It's not, but, one thing that she brings up a lot, especially when she has talked about videos about, you know, awful people like Colleen Ballinger or Andrew Tate, who mock people with mental health issues. She made this, like, really awesome speech in one of her Colleen Ballinger videos where she's like, if you suffer from depression and you find the courage just to wake up every morning, that in and of itself is truly amazing. The fact that you are making a conscious decision to be here and stay here. Like, you're not weak, you're a fucking hero. And yeah, it's one of those things that's like, we need more people to acknowledge that there's nothing wrong. Like, you are not a weak person for having these feelings. If anything, the fact that you have these feelings and you still are able to wake up in the morning and keep going, that actually makes you stronger than a lot of people. Because, yeah, I couldn't even get through her whole Andrew Tate video because of just how loathsome Andrew Tate was, but she basically, because he mocks people with mental health issues, but she's like, people with mental health who still find it in them to wake up every morning are much more strong macho men, you know, the type of bullshit Andrew Tate, you know, talks about, than he ever will be, because he's just a small, pathetic little man who has to put people down to make himself feel better about his miserable life. But yeah, I can't recommend checking out Swoop's channel enough. Just because A, I find her videos very informative, and B, like I said, she always goes out of her way to encourage people who might be struggling. So, I appreciate her quite a bit. And I appreciate that Abby introduced me to her. Plus, she's just fucking hilarious. Starting to get religious or something. Oh my god, so she calmed down and started trying to get better. So she was better. Agreed. Plus, despite what some people say, being religious to try to be a better person is not like a surefire
We must still deal with the apostates, however.
Indication that a person's gonna start treating people better. Because, like, if you're actually paying attention to, like, spirituality and religion that's all about care for others, love for each other, then, yeah, religion can work. The problem is, so much nowadays, religion's used as a mask and or a shield to put others down and prop yourself up. Again, that's another reason why I really hate, you know, I really hated Charlie Kirk, is because he would use religion as a justification to treat people who were different than him like dirt. So that's why it's like I'm always a little skeptical when people are like, "Oh, I found religion. I'm getting better. I'll be a better person now." I'm like, "Okay, you found religion. How are you actually applying your religion to being a better person, you know?" Because I'm not saying you like finding religion is automatically. Oh, Josephine's ready to report. Will automatically mean no, you're still a scumbag just trying to cover it up. Because, I mean, despite how much I don't really get along with my dad, he does genuinely care for people. He does do genuine service for people. And he's very religious. But that's because he actually paid attention to the core root of a lot of the messages of his religion. Again, Mormon, which is you know, love thy neighbor and whatnot. And again, the fact that despite being a Mormon, he has, with some difficulty, I'll admit, embraced sunshine, being, you know, a trans, gender fluid. Sunshine's gender fluid, I think.
They also identify as trans.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Abby's here. She's grabbing some breakfast before she heads out to work.
Lucky you have me.
Even though it did take, you know, even though it did take some adjusting, since unfortunately a lot of people in the church are like, no, you can't accept anyone at all, or you're anyway. But yeah, my dad is putting the work in, and it's because he actually understood. Muffin says hi, by the way. She says bye, Muffin. Hi, Muffin. Bye, Muffin. Oh, question for you, Muffin. Just for funsies, should I keep riding my red elk, or should I ride around on this Dracolisk?
That'll do fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot to talk to Blackwall before I left last time. So you have some time while I talk to Blackwall. Where does this go? Oh, right. They moved the respecking abilities to here instead of the Black Emporium. Yeah, I need to buy that because I want to get rid of one of these abilities. Oh, wait, or do I? Hold on. Character record. No, I do want to get rid of one of these abilities. I don't have any use for it because it's worse in this game than it was. Skeleton thing would be cool, but the red one would go hard just as you rode the skeleton one. Skeleton one it is then. Wait, how do I use the... I actually think I have to set it. But hold on, where is the... What is that quest? I'm assuming it's here. But what is that? Oh, it's black. Well, it doesn't properly line up where Blackwell's standing. I'm just saying. Hey, hot stuff.
Make a look at it. So much.
Again, I know I'm not romancing Blackwall, but he is one of my favorite romances.
And to actually walk out of it, to be that close.
If I hadn't been saved by the Inquisition soldiers, I don't know what would have happened.
Inquisition soldiers? That's not what I've heard. I have to admit, I thought you'd be...
Human?
Yes.
That's not surprising. Humans are everywhere. It's expected.
It was a foolish thought. Should have known better than to say anything. It's what you do and how you do it that's important.
Testify, buddy.
Just one question then. How do you think you fit in with all this?
I just want to help stop the war. Try to put things back in order.
A worthy goal, one I'm happy to support. For me, I'll be satisfied so long as we find the bastards that killed the Divine. They owe us some answers.
I like Blackwall a lot. I know I've said that a lot, but I'm going to keep saying it. I like Blackwall.
Abandoned warden camps all over these parts.
Like I said, but hey, the best thing about getting older is that you get to choose your own family. I doubt I'll visit my parents or my sister at all after they put me through, but I haven't decided yet. I get that. I know I'm still going for Solus, but I'm still going to flirt with Blackwall.
You're oddly charming for a man I found wandering the forest.
I always thought myself more odd than charming. But I'll take a compliment from a lady. They're hard to come by these days.
I also find your modesty endearing.
And the praise
Again, I probably shouldn't keep flirting with Blackwall, because if I do end up romancing him, then it kind of would have defeated the point of being an elf.
I was just looking to chat. No ulterior.
Well, I do enjoy... I have to say, my lady...
Sorry, for context, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, the plan is to romance Solus, because I do really like Solus, plus
Let's talk about the
Solus story ties in. Solus is one of the few characters who's in the 4th game, and there's a unique scene you can get in the... There's several unique scenes you can get in the 4th game if the Inquisitor romance Solus. But Solus will only romance other elves, which is why I'm playing an elf again instead of a Kunari. Because, yeah.
So you have no idea where the rest of the wardens are?
You find that odd?
Because at first I thought I should be a different species in every Dragon Age game, since I was an elf when I did it as edgelord. Had to be a human in the 2nd game. So on and so forth. But then I'm like, wait, if I'm going to romance Solus, I've got to be an elf in this one too. And since I really want to be a dwarf in Veilguard, it just kind of meant that I wasn't going to be a Kunari. And the reason why I'm kind of insistent on being a dwarf in... Alright, gotta start working. Hey, glad you could be here. Thanks for the stream and chat, Luke. Hoping you have a good day. Also, here's a reminder that you're very cool. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, hope you can join for another stream at a later date, whenever that is. Hey, as I always say, I'm not sure when, but I will see you then. Have fun storming the castle. Oh, that's better. Let's give her that. Oh, that's a one-handed weapon, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's going to Blackwall, just since he's actually in the party. Wait, she doesn't have a bow at all? Seriously, you join the Inquisition without at least a default weapon equipped? Sarah, you fucking suck and I hate you. Yes, you're not the worst character in this game. That honor is gonna be permanently held by the bitch. Yeah, I know she has a name, but no, she's the bitch. It's like that Eric Cartman song. Well, Vivian's a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a stupid bitch. If ever was a bitch, she's a bitch to all the boys and girls. On Monday, she's a bitch. On Tuesday, she's a bitch. And Wednesday through Saturday, she's a bitch. Then on Sunday, just to be different, she's a super king. Kamehameha, bitch. Right. Even though Sarah's an elf, because she kind of just rejects everything elfy, she counts as human trained when it comes to equipping armor. Yeah, that looks a little better. Right, because I died after I equipped that to myself. So that's why I don't have it equipped now. Shit. Oh, poo. I didn't mean to use that. Fuck this delay. Alright, let's respec me. Alright. I don't need any of these. Yeah, that can stay there. We are the power inside your fantasy, the kingdoms of light and dreams. Okay, cool. I like that. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I really wish anyway. They're not too expensive, but still, that's annoying. I wasted it. But like I said, I blame the fucking delay. Field tense. Field tense.
She remains loyal to the circle and the chantry.
So you say.
Have you seen her?
We've got the power, we are divine. We've got the touch to follow time. Okily dokily. Let's do some war table shenanigans and then we can be on our way. Pack up your pack, and if we stay, we won't come back. How can... Yeah, okay, I need to stop singing that, because I've probably beaten that song to death. Every time, because every time I say we're on our way, there's like a 50% chance I will start singing that song. So, for everyone's benefit, I need to stop.
Let us begin.
Okay, we're actually going to put a button on the Hinterlands, and we're going to go to the Storm Coast. Actually, no, we're not. No, not what I meant to do. Right. We should, at the very least, meet with the mages initially to possibly get the next part. Because I'm pretty sure I need the war table. I need to do something war table related to actually accept the mages' proposal. Like, just going there, if I remember correctly, does not instantly accept that as us siding with the mages. But yeah, until I level up some more, I'm not going to tackle any more of the rifts. And I don't want to go to the bottom left side of the map just yet, because that has stronger enemies. And if I can't handle the despair demons, I don't... Because yeah, like the top right and the bottom left of this particular map, that's where the stronger people are at.
Dispatch for you.
What is it?
Could prove useful.
There we go.
Dispatch for you.
What is it?
Could prove...
Okay. Right, because I forgot to grab these beforehand, so... Because I forgot to talk to Blackwall. Because I'm stupid. Actually, I really need to make sure I don't romance Blackwall, because, again, if I romance... Blackwall's romance does show nudity in it, and I really want to stick by my guns of I don't want to show nudity on the channel. Not that I have anything against nudity, just to be clear, but not everyone who watches our content is okay with it, and I want to make sure that our channel stays relatively a relative safe space. And the reason I say relative is because I know that some people have found some of the content that we tackle to be a little trigger, like some of the games we've played have been a little triggering, like someone found the first Dragon Age game triggering, but I'm like, I'm not gonna completely 100% not, like, again, I want it to be a safe space for the most part, but by the same token, it's also like, I'm not gonna just not play some of these games that I want to for various reasons, you know? I know, that sounded a little callous, and that's not what I was going for, but I digress. That's right, Muffin left before they could see Dracolisk in action.
Yeah.
Nope. I wasn't done. Let me back on. Let me back on. Or maybe I can't be mounted past this point for story reasons? I don't know. Either way, the game was not letting me get back on the my mount.
Turn back. We can't open the gates until the threat has passed.
What are you talking about? Ah. Guess I didn't realize how close the work perfection was. By the way, this is already, I feel like, an improvement. Like, Redcliffe has improved over the last time we were here in Dragon Age 1, Dragon Age Origins, because they actually have like a big wall around it. It was like, from what I remember when we first saw it, there was like no wall around it. It's like maybe a ramshackle wood one or something like that. Excuse me. And I've also just realized this is basically like the biggest sausage fest I've ever had in a Dragon Age game party. Let me think. In the first game, Edgelord had Alistair. Well, I guess there was a fair... It was mostly dudes in Dragon Age 1. So never mind. I think it's largely because, for the most part, BioWare largely makes better male characters than female for the most part.
We need to find out what caused whatever this
I think
is.
like one of the there are some exceptions because like Tally's one of the best characters ever.
Open the gates.
You know, she's a woman.
We spread word the Inquisition was coming. But you should know that no one here was expecting us.
No one? Not even Grand Enchanter Fiona?
If she was, she hasn't told anyone. We've arranged use of the tavern for the negotiations.
Agents of the Inquisition, my apologies. Magister Alexius is in charge now, but hasn't yet arrived. He's expected shortly. You can speak with the former Grand Enchanter in the meantime.
By the way, for just a reminder, Magisters are nobles from the Tevinter Imperium, which, at least up to this point in time, that's one thing I did and I didn't like about Dragon Age Veilguard, is that it was the first one where we actually spent any real time in the Tevinter Imperium. And I'm kind of glad it was a little more nuanced. Like, it wasn't just the, oh, it's this because mages rule, it's this awful, lawless country where everyone's corrupt and blah, blah, blah. Like, there was good and there was bad. The problem I had with it is because of how dire this... So, yeah, we're in Redcliffe. Like, you can clearly recognize some of the topography from Dragon Age Origins, but it doesn't line up perfectly.
I'm impressed it remains standing.
Because, like, this is the windmill where the secret passage was into the castle. But, like, the actual area around it is pretty different. But because so much of the game is focused on using the, spoilers, using the Luvian to travel around, you're dealing with problems all over the place, so you don't get as good of a look at the politics of Tevinter as I think you could have, given how the place has been built up for 3 whole games, you know? But by the same token, it is also kind of nice to see that it's just another place, if you know what I mean. Wait. Damn it. So yeah, on the one hand, it's nice that it's like, it's not all that different from anywhere else. It just happens to be more openly accepting of magic. Now, yes, the problem is that because of how magic works, everyone in charge is a mage, you know? And that's a problem if you're not born with magic.
They say the girls are, or 'tis a spirit of...
Again, I am very interested to revisit Dragon Age Veilguard when we get to it. Which is probably going to be a while since Inquisition's a pretty long game. So this is going to be a while to get through. And I am on the fence. I know, I keep saying maybe I should break my schedule for X, Y, and Z reason. But part of me is like, should I play Digimon Story Time Stranger instead of just going into... Because like after this, I'd be playing another Tales game. And I've played a fair few of those on the channel at this point, both by myself and with Abby. It's like, should I do Time Stranger because it's new, more new and relevant at the moment?
Simple herbs. My apologies. Can I help you?
Are you running?
Yes. We've many. It's too dangerous to go hunting through the hills to gather more. I've a list.
Goodbye.
Stay. May I help you?
There are refugees at the...
Of course they would. These attacks by the... But if I go to the crossroads, I doubt those refugees would risk their lives for a knife here. Why should I risk mine for...
Save yourself, and all the villagers will remember is that if you help the refugees...
All right. If the I'll see you at the crossroads.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to take another 2-minute break real quick, because with all the caffeine I've been drinking, it's going through me. So I will be right back. I won't be too long. I just need to take care of this. Okay. We are back. Thank you for your patience, as always. Okay. Oh, wait. There's another quest in here. There we go.
May I help you?
I found some of the herbs you were looking for.
With this, I'm certain I can save more lives.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay. That's taken care of. Wait, what? There's more? Or did... No, there we go, there we go. The quest marker just hadn't registered. You know, thinking about it, just kind of looking at just the way this game is structured, because it is... This game was in development after Skyrim had come out. So I think it's very clear this game was taking some design cues from Skyrim. That's why it has some more open world-esque elements to it. And I think, unfortunately, that was part of the problem, is that Dragon Age 1 and 2, well, no, it's kind of part of the reason why Dragon Age, in particular, in my opinion, has always had a bit of an identity crisis. Because, well, from a gameplay standpoint, 1 and 2 are very similar. But, they are still fundamentally different games, because the first game was all about, oh, pick your different origin and have very different playthroughs depending on which origin you were, whereas Dragon Age 2 was more of a, let's have a more focused and personal story. So yeah, well, the gameplays were very similar. The actual, like, philosophy that you approached the game and role-playing were completely different. And then in this game, I would say that, you know, it's a very, maybe not like a complete departure from what came before it, but it's very different, and you can tell it's very different. Now, it does still very much feel like it is still a Dragon Age game. But then when Veilguard came out, and I'm not trying to piss on Veilguard or anything like that, because I do like Veilguard. I just don't think it was a game that was worth waiting the amount of years we had to wait for it. But it was another kind of fundamental shift in how the game was, because as a lot of people pointed out, it kind of played and controlled more like a Mass Effect game than a Dragon Age game. And I just, as much as I love Mass Effect, that sort of thing works for a third-person shooter and for the type of story Mass Effect was. I just feel in many ways they kind of utterly abandoned a lot of Dragon Age's identity in the fourth one. It's not bad, but it
happened to any of us.
Oh, hey, it's Connor. It's Arl Eamon's son.
You've heard the story, I guess. I can't believe King Alistair thought Redcliffe was the right place to send the mages.
Yeah, that was kind of a...
Did he think they would just forget what I did to them?
You're not in favor of the alliance with Tevinter?
Alliance? Is that what they're calling it?
So if you remember, he's Arl Eamon's son who got possessed by a demon in the first game. And the demon controlling him basically unleashed like a horde of zombies on the village.
How did you end up in the Mage Rebellion?
I was living in the Ferelden Tower when the circles dissolved. I voted against it, but
see,
at first it seemed all right. No one was summoning demons.
See, Connor is a better example than Vivian when it comes to a mage who is kind of in favor of the circle, because he's actually experienced the horrors of what happens
we need to be controlled. If
things kind of get out of control. Do I agree with it? No, but I understand. But his standpoint is way more understandable.
Why isn't Arl Eamon in power anymore?
After the lands meet, he stayed in Denerim. I couldn't be his heir, not after what happened. So eventually he passed the title to Uncle Tegan.
I need to be going.
Please. Talk some sense into the Grand Enchanter. Selling out to the Imperium won't win us. We have to find a way to...
Yeah. Yeah. This is... Yeah. It's nice seeing Connor here. Wait, maybe that's the windmill that lets you sneak into the castle. Like I said, yes, it's Redcliffe, and yes, you can see some recognizable landmarks, but the coloration is different. The topography is slightly different. So it's like, yeah, you can recognize parts of it, but I hate using this example because of the turf. But it's kind of like how the third Harry Potter movie completely redesigned how Hogwarts was compared to the first two movies. So it's like, yeah, you can absolutely recognize all the different places, but now it's like, okay, now it's on the side of a hill or a mountain, and the Whomping Willow is, yeah.
Poor souls when the circles collapsed.
Like I said, I don't want to keep talking more about Harry Potter than I need to, because again, I don't like talking about anything associated with the Queen of the Turfs, but it's kind of hard not to at times when you grew up with the damn property and it's so ingrained into your culture and your childhood, and I don't know, it's especially like my cousin. My cousin is part of the LGBTQ+, and was... or is, or I don't, is, anyway, they're trans. Even if they're trans, let's just stick with that. They have really struggled with just a lot of stuff in regards to the Queen of the Turfs because of how important Harry Potter was for them getting through their very confusing youth, you know? Again, I think at the end of the day, what we kind of have to do is realize it's okay if you still like Harry Potter. If it still means something to you, it's okay. And you're not... Yeah. So, if you already have the books, yeah, and the movies, go ahead and read them. Go ahead and watch them. Just because they were written by the Queen of the Turfs doesn't mean they can't still enrich your lives. Just please don't watch them on streaming. Please don't.
Please, are you with the Inquisition?
Please don't buy any more of her merchandise.
And he's very special. If you could find him, I'd be...
What makes you...
Well, he's always brought the family luck. And
Your ram of...
he's a very special ram.
Your ram has gone missing.
Yes. I'm certain that if he heard his Jimmy missed him, he's likely at our family's old summer cabin. If you do find him and send him back, I'd be happy to pay you.
I'll speak with you.
If you find my ram, please send him home.
I mean, because, hell, just kind of a personal example. Because, again, yes, I grew up with Harry Potter, but it wasn't that important to me. I love Transformers. Like, I have been very open in many streams about my love for Transformers. Well, a lot of the best things that have been added to the Transformers lore were added by Simon Furman. Well, Simon Furman is a bit problematic. At least in regards to certain things, to say the very least. And what I mean by this is Simon Furman is honestly pretty damn sexist when it comes to how he's written his books. Like, he is of the opinion that there should never be female Transformers in Transformers, because his justification is, why would a species of robot that doesn't need to that doesn't reproduce sexually have the concept of gender? Now, to be perfectly frank, that's a valid point. But as a lot of other people have pointed out, I'm like, okay, but if this is a species that has no concept of gender, why do all the Transformers in his work all use male pronouns? Why do they all have very masculine designs? It's like, if they don't have a concept of male or female, why wouldn't their designs vary a lot more? So, as a result, like, in both in the Marvel era and in the IDW era, Simon Furman was forced to include RC, the most famous female Transformer, because, well, she's popular. And every time he's included her, he's always made it as offensive as humanly possible.
May I help you?
Are you a Chantry sister?
A lay sister only. It is very busy work.
I found the letter you sent to Templar.
What? Shit. You can't prove anything.
But that also doesn't change the... And while I hate Simon Furman for his sexist attitudes, I also can't deny...
What kind of cut are they giving you? Have you got protection? I see a suspicious lack of guards. It looks to me like you've been cut loose. Maybe you should look for a new employer.
Are you serious? The high and mighty Inquisition needs smugglers? Alright, I'm in.
But I also can't deny he's also written some very influential stuff that is still, you know, relevant to Transformers to this day. Like, he's the one who created the concept of Primus, the god of Transformers. He created the Wreckers. He's the one who created Impactor and made Springer one of my favorite Transformers. Yeah. But I don't ever want to send money his way. I can appreciate everything he's done, but I cannot in good conscience give that man money.
Good day. Good day. It's just what I heard.
Like, honestly, I think the best comparison is Simon Furman is almost to Transformers what Ken Penders is to Sonic comics. And the reason I say almost is because he definitely doesn't have the same level of scandal to his name that someone like Ken Penders does. It's just...
Welcome, agents of the Inquisition. What has brought you to Redcliffe?
Sorry, 1 second. Ironically, I'm actually responding to my cousin.
Is this some sort of test? We're here because you invited us in Val Royeaux.
You must be mistaken. I haven't been to Val Royeaux since before the Conclave.
Well, that's very strange, because someone who looked exactly like you spoke to me in Val Royeaux.
Exactly like me? I suppose it could be magic at work, but why would anyone... Whoever or whatever brought you here? The situation has changed. The Free Mages have already pledged themselves to the service of the Tevinter Imperium.
Andraste's ass. I'm trying to think of a single worse thing you could have done, and I've got nothing.
I understand that you are afraid, but you deserve better than slavery to Tevinter.
As one indentured to a Magister, I no longer have the authority to negotiate with you.
An alliance with Tevinter is a terrible mistake.
All hope of peace died with Justinia. This bargain with Tevinter would not have been my first choice, but we had no choice. We are losing this war. I needed to save as many of my people as I could.
Welcome, my friend. I apologize for not greeting you earlier.
Agents of the Inquisition, Allow me to introduce Magister Girion Alexius.
The Southern Mages are under my command. And you are the survivor, yes? The one from the Fade? Interesting.
I'd like to know more about this alliance between the rebel mages and the Imperium.
Certainly. What specifically do you wish to know?
The Grand Enchanter told me she was indentured to a Magister.
Our Southern brethren have no legal status in the Imperium. As they were not born citizens of Tevinter, they must work for a period of 10 years before gaining full rights.
Yeah, because that's not fucking sus as hell.
I shall oversee their work for the Imperium.
I haven't seen any sign of Redcliffe's Arl or his men.
The Arl of Redcliffe left the village.
Left? An Arl would never voluntarily leave his seat.
For real.
There were tensions growing. I did not want an incident.
You're quite a long way from Tevinter, Alexius.
Indeed I am. Though I have heard you are no Ferelden either. It seems we are both strangers here. Felix, would you send for a scribe, please? Pardon my manners. My son Felix, friends. I am not surprised you're here. Containing the breach is not a feat that many could even attempt. There is no telling how many mages would be needed for such an endeavor. Ambitious, indeed.
Well, when you're fighting a massive tear in the sky, you can hardly afford to think small.
There will have to be. Felix.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive my clumsiness, my lady.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, Father.
Come, I'll get your powders. Please excuse me, friends. We will have to continue this another time. Fiona, I require your assistance back at the castle.
I don't mean to trouble everyone.
I shall send word to the Inquisition. We will conclude this business at a later date.
Come to the Chantry. You are in danger.
Ooh, very
Sorry, 1 second. I am...
There's no telling
reading
who
this
or what
something
will
real
be waiting
quick.
for us in that Chantry.
Only one way to find out.
Magister Alexius does not approve of those without magic like you and me.
Oh, yeah, he's
villagers
a...
have already left
That's
to escape his ire.
Tranquil.
What does the Magister have against you?
He does not like to be reminded of what mages. He says all
Yeah.
Tranquil must leave Redcliffe, but who would take us in?
You're one of...
Yes, my talent for magic was... Rather than risk me becoming possessed, my magic is gone. Along those now in Redcliffe prefer not to see us.
How long have the Tevinter...
Magister Alexius arrived at nightfall. He forced anyone with... Even the Arl was sent away. I am an alchemist. You must require potions.
Yeah,
The Magister will not have me here.
The Tranquil are
Perhaps I can
seriously
offer
one of the
my
most fucked up
services.
things in Dragon
We
Age.
would be delighted to have you...
Because, I mean, it's the... I think the best way to... It's the equivalent of giving people lobotomies. Like, that's the best real-world equivalent I can come up
We don't
with.
need your cult here. Your Inquisition's just Templars by another name.
Who are you?
Linnea. Just Linnea. Don't ask what circle tower I'm from, because we're done with that. We're all free mages now.
You'd rather bow to Tevinter than...
All you Chantry types think the same way. The Imperium, it's just because they're ruled, but no one wants us to look at them and say their mages are free and the world hasn't ended.
But don't Magisters summon demons and practice human sacrifice?
The Chantry says whatever they think will scare us. People don't like the idea of us controlling their thoughts, but they have no problem with us throwing fireballs in their walls.
I mean, yeah, plus let's be real, the whole tranquil thing is arguably the same thing as controlling their minds.
Mages deserve their freedom.
Right, and I'm the Empress of Orlais.
I don't know. The Empress of Orlais has a thing for mages, so you could be.
Inquisition, huh? I wish to holy Andraste you... These Tevinters make my shoulder blades itch.
Who are you?
Name's Tolwyn, formerly of the Circle of Magi in hospital. Lived my whole life there. Since I was 10 years old and came into my magic. 3 meals a day. Quality education, a roof over my head. If you're not summoning demons, a mage tower's a fine place to be.
If you were happy in the Circle, why are you here with the rebels?
We're all rebels now. The vote is sort of that. The majority wanted to dissolve the circles. The rest of us went with them or were cut loose. I figured I'm better off with my fellow mages than on my own.
You know, that's fair.
You're not happy with this new alliance?
Something's not right about that lot. Magic or no, I'd rather count myself among decent folk than stand with magisters.
How did the Grand Enchanter...
1 minute, we were bracing for the Templars to attack. The next, it was a stroke of luck that's given us an edge. In a way. Out of the front.
Goodbye.
Be careful.
Right, that's why.
Lauren's exile. Shade. The High Chancellor Roderick. Loading. The loading screens in this game are pretty bad. Let's be real. I don't remember if Veilguard runs smoother. It might, because it's on PS5, so faster hardware or whatever, but yeah. Excuse me. Felt good. Hey, Dorian. Yeah, you're easily one of the best characters in all of BioWare.
Now help me close this, would you?
Yeah. Oh. Sorry, just something occurred to me. Maybe I should have played a male Inquisitor and romance Dorian, since Dorian is actually in the 4th game. I mean, I don't think there'd be as big of a character moment between them. Like, again, like, the reason I'm like, I gotta do Souls because there's, like, a couple big story-related scenes in regards to, Solus had you romanced him, you know? But I'm like, oh, that would be kind of interesting. Since I've already personally seen the scenes between the Inquisitor and Solus since that's how I played the game. But yeah, maybe I should have done that. Oh well. I remember hearing.
Fascinating. How does that work exactly? You don't even know, do you? You just wiggle your fingers and boom. Rift closes.
Who are you?
Ah, getting ahead of myself again, I see. Dorian of House Parvus, most recently of Minrathous. How do you do? Magister Alexius was once my mentor, so my assistance should be valuable, as I'm sure you can imagine.
I was expecting Felix to be here.
I'm sure he's on his way. He was to give you the note, then meet us here after ditching his father.
Alexius couldn't jump to Felix's side fast enough when he pretended to be faint. Is something wrong with him?
He's had some lingering illness for months. Felix is an only child, and Alexius is being a mother hen, most likely.
Are you a Magister?
All right, let's say this once. I'm a mage from Tevinter, but not a member of the Magisterium. I know Southerners use the terms interchangeably, but that only makes you sound like barbarians.
Fair enough.
You're betraying your mentor because...
Alexius was my mentor. Meaning he's not any longer, not for some time. Look, you must know there's danger. That should be obvious even without the note. Let's start with Alexius claiming the allegiance of the mage rebels out from under you. As if by magic, yes? Which is exactly right. To reach Redcliffe, before the Inquisition, Alexius distorted time itself.
He arranged it so he could arrive here just after the Divine died.
You catch on quick.
That is fascinating if true, and almost certainly dangerous.
The rift you closed here. You saw how it twisted time around itself, sped some things up and slowed others down. Soon, there will be more like it, and they'll appear further and further away from Redcliffe. The magic Alexius is using is wildly unstable, and it's unraveling the world.
I'd like more proof than magical time control go with it.
I know what I'm talking about. I helped develop this magic. When I was still his apprentice, it was pure theory. Alexius could never get it to work. What I don't understand is why he's doing it. Ripping time to shreds just to gain a few hundred lackeys?
He didn't do it for them.
Took you long enough. Is he getting suspicious?
No, but I shouldn't have played the illness card. I thought he'd be fussing over me all day. My father's joined a cult, Tevinter Supremacists. They call themselves Venatori. And I can tell you one thing. Whatever he's done for them, he's done it to get to you.
Alexius is your father. Why are you working against him?
For the same reason Dorian works against him. I love my father, and I love my country. But this? Cults? Time magic? What he's doing now is madness. For his own sake, you have to stop him.
It would also be nice if he didn't rip a hole in time. There's already a hole in the sky.
Very true.
Why would he rearrange time and indenture the Mage Rebellion just to get to me?
They're obsessed with you, but I don't know why. Perhaps because you survived the Temple of Sacred Ashes.
You can close the rifts. Maybe there's a connection. Or they see you as a threat.
If the Venatori are behind those rifts or the breach in the sky, they're even worse than I thought.
Do you have any suggestions?
You know you're his target. Expecting the trap is the first step in turning it to your advantage. I can't stay in Redcliffe. Alexius doesn't know I'm here, and I want to keep it that way for now. But whenever you're ready to deal with him, I want to be there. I'll be in touch. Oh, and Felix, try not to get yourself killed.
There are worse things than dying, Dorian.
So, I remember hearing Dorian was a major point of contention between the lead writer and some of the developers or the executives or whatever. So, Dragon Age Inquisition is a game that I've mentioned has like representation across the board. There are bi characters, straight characters, and I mean, there's no trans characters, but that wasn't as widely understood back then, or at least not in the. I mean, I still only started hearing more and more about it recently, but that's beside the point. And in my opinion, they did that to make the world feel inclusive. Now, I know some people are disappointed that they can't romance certain characters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and I think that's valid. So now some people are sad that they couldn't be in a gay relationship with Cullen, blah, 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 blah. But what one of the developers was kind of pushing back against the idea of having Dorian be purely gay. It's like, that's going to put some people off. Right. And we won't be able to reach as many people. And like one of the Dorian's writer was like, look, the people who will be put off by Dorian can get, can get good stories and good representation in other media. But a lot of people who are part of the LGBTQ crowd cannot get any representation anywhere but Dragon Age. So he made it very clear they were going to prioritize, they were going to prioritize those people. And I think that's very admirable. And it's like, hell yeah.
Sure he is. Everything about that Magister practically screamed, "I'm setting a trap."
So yeah, for that reason, I really do like Dorian. I'm glad he is one of the few characters who came back for the 4th game. Yeah, that is another thing that sadly does make the 4th game a little weaker in the grand scheme of things, is it because it's set almost entirely into Winter, there's more of a disconnect from the franchise as a whole. Like, one prime example is Cullen and Isabella are, I think, the only 2 characters who appear in all 4 Dragon Age games. Or heck, even Liliana appeared in all 3. Anyway, Cullen and Liliana do not appear in Dragon Age Veilguard at all. And I mean, admittedly, it does kind of make sense why Cullen doesn't, but it would be nice to at least have a Liliana cameo or something like that. Morgan is in all of the Dragon Age games except for the 2nd one, which I don't really mind. And that does help build some connection. The sad thing is that a very important character moment for Morgan happened off screen in between games 3 and 4, which is a little frustrating for her character development and character arc, but I digress. Cullen, again, I don't know if there was ever a plan to include Cullen, but after his voice actor revealed that he was kind of a POS, they really decided to not include Cullen in the 4th game, especially after he tried weaponizing the fans by trying to be like, hey, Cullen's not going to be in the game. You guys should all, group complain and harass BioWare to put me back in the game or whatever.
Whoa!
Which I'm like, no, you're a POS. Because unlike what happened with, say, Freddie Prinze Jr. and that scandal, at the very least, you could make an argument that Freddie Prinze Jr. was not being malicious with what he said. He just kind of made a dumb mistake. I think another problem is that maybe he didn't respond to the controversy super well, and that was another reason why people were upset, but I don't fully remember. Again, for context, if you guys remember from the last stream, we were approached by the character Krem, who was the right-hand man of Iron Bull. Iron Bull is voiced by Freddie Prinze Jr., and he is a recruitable character. Well, Freddie Prinze Jr. made a video on the birthday of the voice actor of Krem, and said, and he did it in character as Iron Bull. Basically said, I wanted to wish a very happy birthday to a special woman, you know, or something along those lines. And I think he said the special woman, like, I don't know if he said a special woman to that special woman Krem, or if they named Krem or whatnot. Just said, point is, they use gender specific pronouns as Iron Bull directed towards Krem. Well, it's important to note he was directing it towards Krem's voice actor, because again, it was Krem's voice actor's birthday. So, and Krem's voice actor does identify as female. The problem was, since Krem is a trans character and identifies as male, the internet as a whole got super upset that he was using... They felt that Freddie Prinze Jr. was dead naming... Or, well, not dead naming, misgendering Krem. And, you know, I kind of get it. I see their point. But I also feel it's like, guys... Yeah, maybe it wasn't the best idea, and maybe it was in poor taste the way he did it, but... He was directing the birthday message in character to someone who does still identify as a woman. But yeah, it's one of those things. I do feel maybe there was, again, unless Freddie Prinze Jr. reacted poorly and got defensive rather than apologize, in which case I'm like, okay, if he was defensive and argumentative, then yeah, fair enough. But if he wasn't, again, I don't really remember if he was or not, then I'm like, maybe we can grant him some grace. I'm not saying it's not a big deal, and I'm not saying we should ignore it, because he should be called out saying, hey, we know what you were doing, but by doing it in character as Iron Bull towards Krem, or at least, again, I need to watch the video again to remember exactly what he phrased. It could be misconstrued as just another attempt to devalue the trans community, you know? Or just act like, yeah. Again, as I'm not part of the trans community, it's not really my responsibility to accept or deny his apology, or to deny, condemn, or blah, 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 blah. I'm tripping over myself. I apologize. But yeah, it's one of those things. He needed to be called out. Like, that needed to be called out. It's just the honest truth of the matter. But I do feel as long as he wasn't an asshole about it and was just like, sorry, and if he was just like, sorry, I was doing it to the voice actor, not the character. But I can understand how you know, if he was reasonable about it, I think we need to get over it. If he wasn't, yeah, fair enough. Because trans people deal with enough bullshit as it is. We don't need to inadvertently spread more problems, you know? Like, it kind of reminds me of something that Swoop talked, going back to Swoop that I mentioned earlier, she talked about in one of her Colleen Ballinger videos when she was interviewing Colleen Ballinger's ex-husband. It's like, you produced this super racist music video way back when. Why did you do that? Why did you think it was okay? Well, the reason he kind of said is that, well, at the time, I had watched a lot of things like SNL that had equally casually racist things in it, so I just was conditioned to think it was okay. And Swoop rightfully pointed out, I'm like, yeah, but you realize by doing these things that have this casual racism in, just continues to perpetuate this idea that casual racism is not a big deal. And it's like, it hurt people. Like, it was bad when, like, you know, older things did it, and it's like, it's even worse now when we should know better. You know? So yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting, that's kind of where I'm getting at, is that it's like, he does need to be called out, because it's like, this is still a problem, because so many people use every opportunity to deny, you know, people's identity, that we need to try to avoid even casually, even... That's why I don't even try to joke about that sort of thing anymore, because I'm not the one living through it, so I don't actually know how much it could, you know, hurt, like how much it could like deeply cut you, you know? Because I think at the end of the day, it's like, if you're not part of the demographic that's the butt of the joke, you don't have any right to tell people, dude, don't take it too seriously or whatnot. Because it's like, you don't know what it's actually like to, you know, live with these stigmas day to day. I mean, it's ultimately a big part of the reason why way back when Sunshine and I, this, like, hell, Sunshine hadn't even come out of the closet yet. This was how long ago it was. When Sunshine and I talked about, you know, sexy, you know, overly sexualized female characters in gaming for like 45 minutes, my ultimate thing was is that it's like, my opinion really should not matter because I'm not the person who's suffering because of objectifying women in video games, you know? Despite what one stupid motherfucker commenter made on that video. So it's like, it is not my business to accept or deny a justification or an apology in regards to that, you know? That being said, I know some people, it is the reason why I am still willing to play some of those fan service games. Like, I didn't get very far with Knights of Azure 2 because of how bad it was, but it's one of those things that it's like, I do still feel I can criticize, and I do like, yeah. I saw the ram. At least I'm pretty sure I saw the ram. That's the other guy, isn't it? I didn't want to attack the fox. I was going for these Venatori motherfuckers. I think these are Venatori. Their helmets look like they're Venatori. But yeah, I ultimately feel at the end of the day, if I've never been directly hurt by something, it's not really, I don't really have the right to say it's not a big deal or anything like that.
Presume. A young man named Jimmy would very much like you to return home.
Oh, there he is.
Good.
Yay, more logging stands. Where's the ting? There's a quest right here. Where's the ting? Excuse me.
It's been an honor.
Lord Wolseley came back. He says you convinced him. Here, for all your trouble. Thank you so much. It's so good to have Lord Wolseley back.
I love that name, Lord Wolsey. Okay. Alright, I think as of right now, we are going to put a button on exploring the Hinterlands until I feel more confident I can take out those despair demons. Yeah, I mean, it does look like I can do a little more exploring down here if I so desired, but I'm going to put a button in that. So, we're going to go to the Storm Coast. Yeah, wrong game. If for no other reason than to get Iron Bull. Because I think that's the last companion I can recruit at this point. And we'll probably explore the Storm Coast for a bit. And then we might go to the mire or the place where the crystal shards can be investigated. I haven't definitively decided how much like I said, I wanted to get as much of the Hinterlands explored as I could before I really advanced the story. But I'm just not 100% sure how much of everything else I want to explore before the story. We advance the story too much.
Your worship.
Hey, Harding.
For what it's worth, welcome to the Storm Coast. I would have sent word sooner, but our efforts have been delayed.
How so?
There's a group of bandits operating in the area. They know the terrain, and our small party has had trouble going up against them. Some of our soldiers went to speak with their leader. Haven't heard back, though.
I'll do what I can to find our people.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a relief. The soldiers didn't have an exact location for the bandits, but they were starting their search farther down the beach. With all this fuss, we haven't been able to conduct a proper search for the wardens either. Well, good luck, and enjoy the sea air. I hear it's good for the soul.
Love you, Harding. I feel really bad about what's probably going to happen when I play Veilguard.
Dispatch for you.
What is it?
This may be worth what...
Why am I not hurting this guy? Fuck. Oh, looks like my fucking grip's a problem.
Chargers! Stand down! Prim! How'd we do?
5 or 6 wounded, Chief. No dead.
That's what I like to hear. Let the throat cutters finish up, then break out the casks. So, you're with the Inquisition, huh? Glad you could make it. Come on, have a seat. Drinks are coming.
Iron Bull, I presume.
Yeah, the horns usually give it away.
But yeah, this is the character I was talking about, voiced by Freddie Prinze Jr. Yep, Freddie Prinze Jr. also voiced James in Mass Effect 3.
I assume you remember Cremisius Aclasi, my lieutenant.
Good to see you again. Throat cutters are done, Chief.
Already? Have him check again. I don't want any of those Tevinter bastards getting away. No offense, Krem.
None taken. At least a bastard knows who his mother was. Puts him one up on you Canary, right?
So, you've seen us fight. We're expensive, but we're worth it. And I'm sure the Inquisition can afford us.
The Chargers seem like an excellent company.
They are, but you're not just getting the boys. You're getting me. You need a frontline bodyguard. I'm your man. Whatever it is. Demons? Dragons? The bigger the better. And there's one other thing. Might be useful. Might piss you off. Ever hear of the Ben Hasra?
I've never heard of it.
It's a Canary order. They handle information, loyalty, security, all of it. Spies, basically. Or, well, we're spies. The Ben Hasrath are concerned about the breach. Magic out of control like that could cause trouble everywhere. I've been ordered to join the Inquisition, get close to the people in charge, and send reports on what's happening. But I also get reports from Ben Hasrath agents all over Orlais. You sign me on, I'll share them with your people.
You're a Kunari spy and you just told me.
Whatever happened at that Conclave thing, it's bad. Someone needs to get that breach closed. So whatever I am, I'm on your side.
You still could have hidden what you are.
From something called the Inquisition. I'd have been tipped sooner or later. Better you hear it right up front from me.
I mean, fair.
What would you send home in these reports of yours?
Enough to keep my superiors happy. Nothing that'll compromise your operations. The Canary want to know if they need to launch an invasion to stop the whole damn world from falling apart. You let me send word of what you're doing, it'll put some minds at ease. That's good for everyone.
Also true.
What's in these Ben Hasrath reports you're offering to share?
Enemy movements, suspicious activity, intriguing gossip. It's a bit of everything. Alone they're not much, but if your spy master is worth a damn, she'll put him to good use.
She?
I did a little research. Plus, I've always had a weakness for redheads.
I have very mixed
Alright,
feelings
you're
about
in.
Iron Bull.
Excellent. Krem, tell the men to finish drinking on the road. The Chargers just got hired.
What about the casks, Chief? We just opened them up with axes.
Find some way to seal them. You're Tevinter, right? Try blood.
Actually, I know another thing that I seem to remember was like a controversy with Freddie Prinze Jr. is he was upset that Iron Bull wasn't going to be in Dragon Age Veilguard. But it's important to remember there is these games that give you choices are still somewhat limited, at least when they're made. Like at least now, it's like it's possible in the near future we can get like games that are run on AI that can procedurally generate themselves in a sense, but unless they're going to make a game that has like, 10 different games built into it, so there's your choices, but then there will always be developers
Those must be
canon.
the bandits Harding mentioned.
And whatever the developer's canon is, whatever the final game ends up being, is still going to adhere to the developer's canon. Because, like, again, for example, in the first Dragon Age game, Liliana can die. But developer's canon is she lived, so she can show up again. But it's also the developer's canon that the Warden dies in the first game, meaning that no matter what you do, the Warden will never show up again. Well, it's developer's canon that Iron Bull doesn't survive this game. So, yes, while the choices we're going to make is going to result in Bull surviving, yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially since every single original writer for Dragon Age no longer works at BioWare, there's really no one, I mean, hell, even if they're, especially since it's very likely BioWare might get sold off, which means that could just be an end of both Dragon Age and Mass Effect, which, okay, I gotta be perfectly frank, I would not oppose to Mass Effect 5, Mass Effect 4, or whatever it's gonna be called, since Andromeda wasn't a numbered entry, so I would actually be on board with the next Mass Effect game getting canceled. I know. It's terrible, and who knows if it does come out, and it might end up being like my favorite in the series. But the reason I'm for it getting canceled is because they're kind of abandoning... How do I put this? I am of the opinion, regardless of how you feel about Mass Effect Andromeda as a game, from a story standpoint, it was the right decision. Because it was a way you could have another Mass Effect game without invalidating what the player's choice. Because there were 4 endings you could get in Mass Effect 3. The Extinction ending, the Control ending, the Destruction ending, and the only good ending, the Synthesis ending. Yeah, fight me on that. The thing was, because of how vastly different the state of the galaxy was left in each ending, you couldn't have a 4th game that took place immediately after it, set in the Milky Way galaxy, that still honors the player's choices. So having, you know, people literally shipped to the other side of the universe, or to another galaxy, was a good way to have a continuous story without invalidating the player's choices.
I'd like to know more about the Iron Bull.
The Chief. First time I met him, he saved my life. I never thought I'd work for Canary, but he's not like any commander I've ever worked for. That's for damn sure.
How's Iron Bull as a commander?
If you know what you're doing and hold up your end, he's easy. He doesn't accept any less. He keeps us alive, he leads from the front, and if you've an idea that'll win the... I've seen bands whose captains had to prove they were swinging the biggest sword. The charges might give him more lip than you'd expect, but every one of us would lay down our lives for the big ass.
How did a Tevinter soldier wind
But
up in a Kunari
the fact that
spy's
it's very
mercenary
clear
company?
the next Mass Effect game is going to take place in the Milky Way
in some
galaxy
trouble,
after the
trying to
original
flee Tevinter.
trilogy, it's
A Tribune and
basically
his men
picking...
caught me in a border town
It's
tavern.
basically going to make
They
one
meant
of the
to make an
endings
example of
canon.
me.
And
Killed
based
them.
on what we've seen, it's very likely it's the Destruction ending,
Me up and
because
asked if I was looking for work.
fans of Mass
I've been
Effect are a
putting up
bunch
with
of
his jokes ever
pussies
since.
who don't understand the concept of self-sacrifice.
That's how he lost the eye.
Yes. The guards had me on the tavern floor when Bull came inside and yelled for them to stop. One of them saw trouble coming and figured he'd finish me off. The guard had a flare. Bull put himself between me and the blow. Big horned idiot. Didn't even know me.
Is it strange to work
But
for
yeah,
Kunari?
so they're going to canonize
Hasn't
the
tried to
probably
convert us
going
to
to
the
canonize
Cuban
the
after
Destruction
asking.
ending, which means no
Bull's
Geth,
charges
no
don't care
EDI.
who you light a candle
The
for, as long
Quarians
as
are
your
probably
shield
still going to be
stays
stuck
up.
in their
If he
suits
hadn't
because
told me
the
he was
Geth
gonna
wouldn't
house
be there to
rough,
help
I'd have left
them,
that life behind.
you know, stimulate their immune. Yeah, it's just...
I didn't expect he'd tell you all that he was a spy.
Not the whole band, but those who've been around long enough to trust. He figures most of us would find out sooner or later, and it should come from him. Eyes to eye, he says. It's never messed up a job. He just writes letters back home. Lots of the boys write letters back home.
We'll talk later.
They've got good form. Cullen's putting his Templar training to good use.
Did Cullen tell you he was a Templar? He's not wearing the armor.
He didn't have to. Might not be a Templar shield, but it's a Templar holding it. He angles the shield just a bit down. Helps direct fire or acid away, so it doesn't spray right into your face. Canary learned the same thing when we trained to fight Tevinter mages. Your Templar's doing good work.
I'm impressed by what Cullen has accomplished with the troops.
Damn right. It takes time to build a group into a team, but he's got their loyalty. Now he just needs them to make a decent shield wall, and they'll be good to go. Biggest problem for the Inquisition right now isn't on the front line. It's at the top. You've got no leader, no Inquisitor.
Cassandra's been the driving force of this Inquisition. She's the leader in all but name.
Cassandra's a seeker. From what I gather, that's a bit like a Ben Hasrath. She's a good hunter and a great fighter, but she doesn't see the big picture. Too busy searching for answers. My people don't pick leaders from the strongest, or the smartest, or even the most talented. We pick the ones willing to make the hard decisions, and live with the consequences. Who knows? Maybe you seal the breach. The Chantry gets off its ass and all those soldiers go home and get fat.
You think?
It could happen. It won't. But it could.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how I feel about Bull. Like, when I first played the game, I actually did really like him. And I still do really like him in a lot of ways, but then I actually tried romancing him once, and it kind of put a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. Not... It's not that I thought his romance was bad, but it just... I don't know. It's hard to explain. And it's like, okay, let's not talk about his romance. Let's just look at him as a character, and I think he's fine. He's fine. Just on his own as a character. I don't know. It's like I said, I really don't know how to feel about him as a character anymore. I know I don't hate him. Yeah, I think the problem I have with Bull's romance is that it's just purely sexual. And there's nothing inherently wrong with people who just kind of want a friends with benefits situation. It's not for me. I did not find it fulfilling, and it's like, given how long it takes to play through these games, or this game in particular, it's like, I need the end game to feel fulfilling, if you know what I mean. Actually, Blackwell, do you have more to talk about?
I've been meaning to thank you. There are 100 things that need your attention. You didn't have to take the time to help me. And yet...
If the history you put...
You've proven yourself. I've great admiration for you. And I've never been more certain.
I would never have guessed that you...
Of course I do. You have the world at your feet, myself included.
I don't deserve that sort of reverence.
Modest too. Your list of qualities can... Now, we should return to our duties before I get too carried away.
Oh, that actually looks really cool, I'm not gonna lie. That looks really cool.
Need something?
Excuse me.
Hey, it's you again.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
Greetings.
We'll talk.
It seems Blackwall knows nothing about the disappearance of the Grey Wardens. I am, however, glad. He seems to be a good man. As for the other Wardens, I suppose we will have to keep looking.
Anything
I've nothing to report at the moment. How about nails? Can Harry at least get me a few score nails by tomorrow?
Master Harry said I'm good at nails. He said I had a mind like a hammer.
Fuck you.
Yes?
These truths the Maker has revealed to me.
I will take these
As
injury
there is but
reports
one
to
God,
research him in name.
one life, one death. There is but one.
Let us begin. Let's see what we have.
So yeah, we now have the this is what solidifies me siding with the Templars or whatever. I'm actually surprised there's not like a cutscene here or something like that. You know, with us discussing what happened with the Templars and mages and whatnot. And okay, I think we've gotten a good amount of time in today, and I think at this point, now that I've finished, because I don't want to drink more caffeine, because I think that's just going to make me ill. And I am fighting a losing battle against my fatigue, so I think we need to end here today. There'll be my usual Edgelord stream tomorrow, and hopefully I'll actually be able to get some sleep tonight, so I can and do it without feeling like a zombie. There's a chance I'll be doing an extra stream next week on Friday since I have it off from work, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm not sure when, but I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.